So, in the last session, all of you returned to your home. Back to the babbling Burrow.
Well, the home of us as the home, where we were forged together.
True.
Yeah.
A kind of home.
Yes.
A stinky home.
Home's gonna be stinky. Still home.
You returned back to the babbling Burrow, where you came to clear your debt and no longer be beholden to the Valier Trading Company. You met with some old friends, Torpa, and the children that Rose saved. You learned of a bubbling gang war under the surface. Well, not really under the surface, but you learned about this gang war that's sort of bubbling and could break out at any minute with the slightest instigation, and you met with Issa to finally clear your debt. After doing so, Ro was reunited with her father, and she's off catching up with him. And you Mason also went home. It was his parents' home. Met with his mother, who was seemingly not too sure about how she would go about leaving a place she's called home so long, and was convinced that Mason's father could protect her and asked for some time to think about it. After this, you learnt that in order to fight in the main event of the Pigpen, which you would need to do should you decide to save some of the children that have been taken from Rose orphanage, thieves guild,
band of
misfits.
The band of misfits.
Was it the magpies?
The magpies. You realized you were told that you would need to compete in some preliminaries. And you made your way to the Hissing Frog. Hissing Frog? Yeah. The Hissing Frog Tavern. It is now. You made your way to the Hissing Frog Tavern, where...
rebranding.
Yep. Yeah.
New management from the boat.
Yeah. And as you walked in and asked to be part of the Pigpen, a familiar voice boomed out. Broody, the goblin... that has some hand in running some fights in the Pigpen, recognized Mason Thatcher, who has been a regular at the Pigpen for a lot of his life.
You should have disguised you.
And
Mission Impossible, that shit.
And you were invited in. As you made your way through, you were told there were a few changes in the Pigpen, as it was kind of under new management, and there are a few new things that were now allowed which weren't before.
Knives
And weapons, and a way to make them more interesting. Hearing this, you decided to juice Mason up. He now has an ass rune. His body is glistening even more than it usually does. Magical baby oil.
I'll throw some prestidigitation out there,
Look me up, baby.
I.e. mage armor and
craft some glitter.
yeah, and magic weapon cast on his fists.
My body.
Yeah, as you stepped into the familiar ambience of the Pigpen.
I don't know if I would describe
it is an ambience.
It is, yes.
It's a vibe.
It's a vibe.
Yeah. It's thick ambience that stings the back of your throat.
It's
all an ambience, but not for me.
It kind of settles on your skin, and you're just like, I need a bath.
Yes, that. You saw a couple of fights. You saw a couple of fights going off on the side, and as you entered, Broody very kindly remembered, oh wait, your dad's here. And as you stepped in, you locked eyes with a man you have had a very rocky relationship growing up. And his face immediately fell to the stern expression that you're used to seeing on his face, as he notices you from across the room. It's almost like the music and stuff goes silent. There's this air of there's this tense moment of just you contemplating each other, and then he turns away to go talk to someone else. You're currently standing at the entrance. There are a couple of fights going on off to the sides.
Is there a space where like I can prepare?
Yep. So
Given?
yeah. So Broody takes you over to one of those sort of makeshift like screens that have been put up where the fighters prepare. And yeah, you step into. And again, this has very similar vibes to where you all first met. It's a smaller space. Where you originally met before was a much bigger, almost like an underground space, where this is sort of effectively a large back room of this tavern. I mean, looking at it, it's almost like so the tavern and the building behind it seem to be connected, and the building behind it has just been cleared out for this event. There's still, bards playing. There's servers walking around with drinks and other finger foods. You can see people of all types here. You can very clearly distinguish between some of the fighters and and their patrons. The patrons wearing slightly nicer looking clothes. Your father seemingly wearing these nice white pants and a blue. No, it doesn't.
I said they're going to have so much blood on them.
These nice white pants and a blue blue blazer trench coat sort of thing.
It had like a big fur collar, right?
Yeah, it has a big fur collar as well. And yeah, he seems like he's talking to a few other members. You recognize people in the green cloaks. Your father also, the coat that he's wearing, the buttons have the symbol of the Oath Keepers on them. The familiar like broken arrow being broken by a olive branch.
Is he talking with the same people that were following back to his house? They're recognizably the same people?
Yeah, recognizably the same people, and he seems to be smoking a
entourage.
fat cigar. Yeah, it's effectively his entourage.
Yeah.
Boys.
Yeah. And there's there's two others with them so there's a total of 4 people. Your father plus 3 others, 3 in green cloaks. And there's 2 other people that he's talking to. You can see one who is this white scaled dragonborn man. Very thin looking. He almost has like a lizard like neck. But he is very clearly a dragonborn, no tail. And next to the dragonborn man, like much smaller, you can see sort of a cloaked figure. You can't see their face, but they seem to be talking much smaller. Almost from at first glance, almost like a gnome, because you've seen what Chaji looks like. So about the size of a gnome. Seem to be talking with these guys.
Right.
What's the plan here?
You won't have to worry about fighting some of the small fry. I'll make sure you get a good fight.
Thank you.
And what are you thinking? You want to start off easy, or you want to go straight to the top?
I mean, I want to be in the title on Friday, so... Are you running the fights tomorrow as well?
Yep.
Maybe start off slow and make
Carve me a path to that fight.
What if you fought all the other fighters at the same time? That way you compress the amount of work that you need to do just to one kind of outburst.
I wouldn't recommend it.
It's like cramming for study. But with fists.
I don't think it works that way.
No.
It don't work that way.
Right. You did look a little bit excited for a moment there, I think.
No.
I can make that happen, but
I don't think that would be beneficial. You know best.
sure.
So you carve me a path to that fight.
Make it look good.
Yeah. I think I know. I think I've got an idea as to who you fight. Doesn't look like much, but packs a wallop. Right, let me get this set up. I'll be back. Drinks and food on the house. Then he walks out.
And I'll do some research, see if I can find out what this wallop is.
He's
All right.
the wallop spell.
Is it a type of creature?
I
Hazel
can
just goes to study.
I can prepare myself for the fight from here. I think it would be beneficial to look for any of Rose's little ones while we're here, the magpies. So you guys look through the other fights and see if you can see anyone, or see anyone that has particular interest.
We
Or
don't know what they look like.
kids.
Well, there's a lot of kids here, isn't there?
There are quite a few kids here.
Still have,
Yeah.
hopefully, their
It-
necklace or else.
Yeah, and you can see that like the kids that are here, that they said they're always accompanied by an adult of some kind.
You guys are smart. You'll figure it out somehow.
Cool.
Just keep an eye out for what you can.
Is there anything you need to let us know?
Yeah.
Don't think that we should split up too much.
It'll be okay.
Like,
What's the
a
worst that could
couple
happen?
of key differences within this one space. Earlier it was just a
Yeah.
bench sort of thing where you prepare for the fight, but there is also a weapons rack with weapons in it. Like there's a short sword, there's a long sword, a spear, there's a
Yeah, what?
yeah.
Bunch of daggers.
There's a bunch of daggers, that sort of stuff. So like there's a weapons rack, and there's also a little training dummy in this area. So just there's a thing for you to prepare.
Is it known, from what I know of what's been explained, do you have to use the weapons that are here?
Yes, but yeah, like as per the rules, yes.
If one was to surreptitiously land in the ring in my hand, like during the middle of the fight?
Yeah, that's yeah.
All
It's one of those things where what you've been told so far by Rudy is that things have changed. People it's very everyone knows that there's a lot of cheating that happens, but it's gotten to a point where cheating itself has become a meta almost. As long as it's not obvious that you're doing it, almost anything goes.
Yeah.
And due to it, there's been a lot more casualties and deaths in the ring than there used to be before.
Callian, just before you head off, I'll take my sword and I'll give it to him in the sheath and say, if you think that it would be beneficial for me to have my sword during the fight, throw me my sword, please.
Alright.
So you guys,
I think also, Hazel, if you can, before his fight starts, just sort of have a look and see if maybe his opponents are
Good thinking.
strong.
Yep. So if they have any kind of magical aura or essence to you, I'll give you 2 blinks with my left eye. If it's fine, I'll just kind of stare at you oddly.
Do you have the ability to get rid of it?
Yes, you know what, I do.
That's probably a better option.
Yes, but even so, if I'm winking at you weirdly, it's because there's something. And then if I start winking at you a lot with my right eye, it means that I've sorted it out. It's all fine.
I'm probably going to be preoccupied.
Sure, of course, okay, alright.
So maybe something like more obvious, like just yelling it,
Yeah,
will do. There'll be lots of yelling.
Yeah.
Or something even more obvious.
of course. I have the perfect plan.
Hey, Callian, can I have a word? Somewhat privately.
Yeah.
As private as we can get here.
yeah, the best way to get sort of a private word in is rather just to leave this area because it's a pretty small enclosure. Sweet. So Hessel and Ophelia step out, and you can see the glory of the pig pen before you. We'll come back to you guys in a second. Yeah.
I'm sure you saw the individual who you know to be my father, standing next to the ring. No doubt he'll be watching our fight or my fight rather intently. Can I ask a favor of you?
Of course.
If my fight goes, say, as well as the last fight that you saw in the pig pen did, do you mind pushing him into the ring for me?
I can try. try. It's got a good entourage around them. It might not be that easy.
Yeah, I think if it happens, it'll all go pretty sideways pretty quick anyway, but I don't think I'll ever get a fair fight out of him.
That's probably true.
I don't know. You use your judgment. If you see my fight going well enough or you think, you know what, why not? Sure, go ahead. If you think that you can't do it, not a problem.
See what I can do for you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I'll go back to getting ready.
Cool. You go back to getting ready. Outside, Ophelia and Hessel. You're currently standing outside of the enclosure as Mason and Callian are having a conversation. What are you guys doing?
Just basically keeping an eye out for any signs of magpie.
Okay.
Little ones.
Roll a perception check.
I will also be assisting you in
Cool.
looking about.
Roll with advantage.
It's pretty good. 19.
19. Yeah. So you looking around, you don't see any like overt sort of symbols of magpie, but as like keeping an eye out in these places on the other side where you can see some of the more sort of important people hanging around, you can see a couple of children by their side who seem to have some sort of a necklace around their neck, but you don't know what it is.
I kind of like nudge Hessel and like. Right. I quietly pointed out to him, assuming he's assisting me anyway.
Yep.
And how long do you reckon that we have until Mason's fight?
He's not here, but he's left. He's gone to sort things out.
So
But yeah,
5-10 minutes.
yeah,
Whatever,
you don't.
like,
Yeah, you don't.
It's
Yeah.
not like instantly.
No, you don't know how long. It's
Okay.
like Brody's gone to sort shit out.
I would like with Hessel to go around the side, if you want, to go around the side to get closer
Yep.
to that section.
Yep, and you
And basically kind of put this air of importance about myself of,
performance check.
I
What
can't
is
believe
it?
I'm in this.
You're good at this.
When I see Ophelia trying to do that, I'm just a little confused and,
Yeah.
and but maybe getting it.
19.
Nice. Yeah, you
It was nearly an
Yeah.
20.
you step forward and like almost subconsciously start to like as you start to project that air of importance, the how to disguise sort of like almost emphasizes some of the more important aspects of your
Just a little bit
attack.
fancy.
You just get ever so slightly fancier as you start to
a tiny bit taller.
Yeah.
The silk's fine as you walk.
Yeah, like as you start to walk, your clothes start to look a little bit finer and it just
I just kind of like do this. And
yeah, you do that and then you start to
just so
walk over.
people don't get in my way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whereas Hessel's just got like this manky robe
Yeah, and-
that he had from the bag, and he's just
Yeah.
kind of got the hood pulled up over his head, and he's just
Yeah, and you don't seem out of place in that because there's a lot of people here that just have like a cloak with a hood and
Yeah.
like covering their face and that sort of thing. And as you sort of walk towards that area, you can people step away because like this seems like someone important. I don't want to fuck with them. And you manage to walk past, and you get to that side of the room.
I just don't want to talk to anyone on the way.
Yeah, no one stops you. There's no sort of roped off area like this is VIP only sort of a thing.
alright.
It's all what it is, and you step around to that side and get a bit closer, and yeah, are you looking for more of the? Cool. Roll on the perception check
I will also be helping.
with advantage.
At 20
Oh,
and a 3.
Yeah. So as you walk up to that area and sort of you see one of these children start to walk toward like in your direction, again accompanied by one of these green cloaked individuals. You can see, and they're like they almost trip or get like nudged or something like that, and the necklace falls out, and you can see that it does have the wooden magpie at the end, which he immediately tucks under his shirt, and keeps on
I
walking.
will make note of
It's
that
a
in my head.
yeah,
what
it's
that person looks like.
yeah. So it's a as a child around about, I'd say, roughly between the ages of like 10 and 13, and like it's a young boy, sort of a like a very short sort of nose, freckles, like spiky hair, spiky brown hair, like really skinny. You can see his knuckles are bloody, and you can see a couple of bruises along him as he starts to.
And the person who's accompanying him, what are they wearing? Are they a
The
green cloak?
Green cloak.
Okay. Yeah, basically I'm just kind of trying to see how many of these kids with the necklaces are here,
Cool.
and how much of a presence of the magpies is in this place.
Cool. You. The other thing is, well, because you rolled in that 20, you.
Also, yeah, keeping an eye on these fancy retros.
Yeah, so you get a sort of leather room kind of a thing, and you see a couple of different things. It's a couple of figures stand out to you, just because they're slightly more different looking. The little gnome looking guy. You notice that under the hood there's like red skin. So that's something that you pick up on. You also
Gnome in quotation marks.
yeah. You also notice, and you have no idea how you missed this before, a tall, like about 7 foot tall man, which as you start to look up, you notice, not a man, this is a Loxodon. Big,
I don't think
like,
I've ever seen a Loxodon before.
Yeah, like 7 foot tall, head of an elephant, like very well decorated, like these white ink tattoos, like these. So they're like black skin, but white ink tattoos going from the top of their head all the way down the trunk. They're like very tribal looking tattoos, and like tusks that protrude all the way out, and they're like you can see the tusks themselves are carved. There's carvings on them, again, because of just the presence of it. That's what you notice.
I was like, oh, that's a big person. Whoa.
Yeah,
That's a large statue. That's not a statue.
that's not it exactly.
Oh, that's a big boy.
Yeah, and then again, you also notice this.
Now, is that person, the Loxodon, are they in more like the fine clothes, or are they in fighter clothes?
It's they're wearing a blazer.
I would not want to go up against
No,
that.
they're wearing a blazer, but you can tell that this is someone who probably gets into the ring, just because they're in their fists, in their hands, there are knuckle dusters.
Okay.
Like really, like it's almost as if they're wearing a whole heap of like rings, but it's like big far off knuckle dusters.
They are very cool.
And
Going to get stolen. By me.
It's like that scene in Robin Hood, you know, where he kisses the rings. Just
yeah. So there's that. You also see the Dragonborn man that you saw before, like really sort of almost sunken looking eyes, and like very bored expression on their face as they're watching everything going by, and sort of as you're walking, the Dragonborn sort of, you see the one eye that's facing towards you sort of meets yours, and they just like clock you as you walk past,
kind
and then look away.
Give them like a slight nod and.
Yeah, and as you give them a nod, they just sort of look away. The white Dragonborn seems to be standing right next to Mason's dad.
Yeah, I just do like, you know, the.
Yeah, and then you also notice some of the other less ostentatious looking fighters who are just like, you know, humans, and you see a couple of elves. You see as you're walking past some of these like fighter enclosures, you notice an elf, this elven woman with like long hair, that seems to be sort of training with two elven swords. She seems to be like one of those things where she's just like really going at it with against the training dummy, but stopping short of just like of
Cutting it up.
cutting it up. And it, like it's weird. Her hair just moves really unnaturally. Like it's almost like she moves and then her hair follows. That, but like not coming off her head. It's just like
Oh,
she
there's
moves
some
and-
clipping going on here.
No, it's like Lego Man here.
Yeah,
It's like a second
that.
behind.
Like she's in water.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, as if she was in water. But
I don't know about you, but I lead with my hair.
It's a hair full of like tiny little blades.
I always seem to rip it into the room before.
But yeah. These are some of the sort of figures that you clock around this ring as you make your way around. And there's also
Basically just doing a loop.
yeah, you do a loop, and like most people stay out of your way. As you're starting to get closer to where Mason's dad and stuff is, you see some of the green cloaks sort of step up in front, almost trying to divert your path, and they don't move as you're getting closer.
I'm not gonna like try and pass or anything. I just kind of like shrug and
Yeah.
just like go around. Like I'm not gonna like stop or
So he's like cornered off the opening section. Basically.
yeah.
Basically, there's no like actual demarcation except for the fact that when people start to walk that way, these guys don't move, so people walk around effectively.
Yeah.
There's enough of them that go like as you're getting close, they stop like in
I'm
front
not
of
gonna
you.
like pause or anything. Just keep on going.
Yeah,
Taking
and you do the
taking a gander around the room.
yeah. You take a song gander around the room, and again another fighter that you clocked were like in one of the enclosures as well. You see a man about relatively short considering a lot of the other tall big people here is about 5'7", leathery skin, big jaw, you like basically a standing buff alligator.
All types.
Yeah, like standing buff alligator who seems to be who doesn't seem to be doesn't seem to have any weapons. But yeah, there's like just
Except the fact he's an alligator.
except the fact that he's a fucking alligator.
Does he have?
Yeah, like he does. And then you notice another thing as well, because like he goes to throw a punch at this training dummy, and then feints, and you see his tail whip around, and there's this massive axe head on it.
Sick.
What a cool guy.
Yeah.
Definitely move past, having like a
Oh,
like
yeah.
a small shiv or something like that.
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
hand
yeah.
To,
Yeah.
Oh,
No
yeah.
more stabbing people with fingernails.
Yeah, it's no more that. This has become a much more of a deathmatch
It's a
scenario.
blood sport
Yeah,
now.
blood sport.
Yeah,
Yeah, very much so.
Was that the instigating moment?
Yeah.
I feel like, hey, this is actually kind of like exciting.
And as you start to walk around, you hear a announcer come up, and he goes, and if you would turn your attention to the main ring, we have a treat for those gathered here today, an exhibition. And he just starts to trail off with this whole
I'm gonna make my way back to see if
Yeah.
I can find Mason.
yeah, and you start to make your way back.
Follow along.
And he says, two of our title contenders, two of the best that the Pigpen has to offer. We give you Saji the Shamed, and you see the black Loxodon step forward
How do
into
you
the
spell
ring.
that?
Saji, Saji, Saji the Shamed. You see him step in, like he steps into the ring, and he takes his coat off and drops it outside the ring, and he is jacked. And the tattoos, they cover his entire like torso and like arms, like so he steps into the ring, and then where is the other guy's name? Sorry. And in the other corner, Othira Turnroth. And you see the Dragonborn with the sunken eyes just like lazily walk over to the ring and jump in. That's a name you've heard before. This is currently the champion of the Pigpen.
How do you spell it?
Othyra. Turneroth. Turnuroth. Othira Turnuroth. So both of these people step into the ring, and yep, and you're all. I mean, if you guys hear this inside as well, and
I imagine our conversation's been over for a while.
Absolutely.
At this point.
Yeah, and you see Broody sort of pokes his head and he's like, "You want to watch this? If you're gonna be in the title fight, you want to watch these guys." And he like pokes his head out and walks off. And like, if you guys step out, you can see like the lights have started to dim, and the lights around the four braziers around the central ring of the pig pen come to life. And you see Othira steps in, and so does Saji, and you hear a bell go. It's like a ding, and as soon as that happens, the entire crowd goes into like a cheer. You see Othira steps into the ring, and they bring their hands up, but like in a very loose guard. It's not like a boxer's guard, but like a very loose. It's down here, and they start to move, and that bored expression's still there, and you see them sort of like slam their knuckles together. Like the second time they do so, you see as the fists separate, between their scales, claws of ice come out, and they get into their stance.
Come on, that's blatant magic.
Well,
That's just a
that's the
racial
thing.
ability.
And like as soon as that happens, there's like a cheer that goes up, and then you see on the other side, Saji the Shamed seems to be getting ready for something as well, and you see as he sort of tightens his fists around his knuckle dusters, the engravings in his tusks they start to glow orange, and his tattoos they start to shift and move.
I don't even do any cool shit.
This is fucking bullshit.
They start to shift and move.
Mason, you have a rune on your back.
Yeah, they start.
You just can like pull down the booty shorts.
The tattoos start to shift and move, and the fight starts. And like, you know that they're fighting to the best, but they're not showing everything they have because they're just it's an exhibition fight, right? So you see Othira just waits, whereas Saji immediately just he charges in, tucks down to just shoulder slam into this guy, and Othira just just using his momentum taps him on the side and just like rolls, and Saji just keeps going. And as he's going, you see Othira turns around, and two short punches to the side, to Saji's side. He doesn't even flinch, and then Saji stops, and then and just like he sort of hits the ground. You see like the area where Othira hit him. You see there's a buildup of ice that seems to be protruding from 2 or 3 puncture marks. So he goes. Saji stops, turns around, and just instead of charging this time, like seeing as Othira is still within reach, he reaches out and grabs him by the head and just right into his stomach. And there's this moment of as there's like blood coming straight out of Saji's mouth. And you see as Saji withdraws his hand around where he hit him, there's these glowing orange chains that seem to have like surrounded him around his midsection.
So we can use a fireball. Fuck, whatever.
That's the thing. You've not seen anybody cast any spells.
This is Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
It is very Mortal Kombat.
But yeah, like, and the fight continues that way, where like they start trading similar sort of blows. You see at one point, Othira starts to get it starts to restrain those chains. They start to restrain his movement a bit, and Saji gets two really good hits in, and then at this stage, you see sort of that bored expression start to leave a little bit, and he starts to get excited. And like you see, they both get to a point where they're like really working each other, and eventually Saji sort of jumps back and sort of breaks free from these chains and opens their mouth and just this burst, just like mist and ice just covers the battlefield, and as it does, Saji loses his footing because just there's a layer of ice and he starts to get slippery, and Athara just leans into that and just like there's a flurry of punches that he lands in Saji's torso. That like he very actively avoids the face, goes to the torso, and like there's like 4 or 5 punches, and with that, like 4 short punches, Athara jumps back, and as Saji goes to move, you see his eyes widen, the tattoos stop moving, and he just hits the ground and just
The whole
collapses.
thing shakes.
Yeah, and he collapses with just this ice growing out of his wounds. And with that, the crowd just bursts into a cheer, and there's just this this fight as it ends. You see some people swarm both of them, start sorting out their wounds, and slowly drags them out of the...
Counterspell the healing spells.
I'm ready to do some counter spells if I need to.
Was there watching Mason's dad through parts of that?
Yeah.
Was there any sort of... Was he watching? Was there any sort of specific reactions he was making during
Make
the
an insight
fights?
check.
No.
Hard to tell. He was watching the fight quite intently, but that's all you can...
I wouldn't have been watching like ringside. I would have been watching from wherever I was getting ready. And as soon as the fight ended, I would have gone back in to get ready. But at some point, I would get like a debrief of the fight from the others who were watching it
And
closest,
I'll
so they
tell
knew what was going
Mason
on.
as well about the other potential fighters that I have seen. And he's got like an axe on his tail.
Hey,
Is that allowed?
so I'm pretty sure when it gets to the bad stuff, there are some extra steps that we can take to assist you. Not that, I think you need it or anything, but just elements of surprise. People know how you fight, right? Mm-hmm. You could always surprise them.
I fought.
There's this, and I take out the potion of fire breath. This could really catch them by surprise.
Oh, would you like the Frost Giant Strength Potion?
Oh dear God!
Maybe not for these fights.
Yeah,
Maybe not for when you kill your dad. I mean,
Or like,
you know.
or like the final.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking.
That one that just
No one's going to
literally turned them into a cheese grater.
No one's going to expect you to breathe fire out your mouth.
No, and fire beats ice.
Would you like
all
Pat
that.
of Vermin?
I mean, who knows?
Throw some rats at them.
Who has the Ring of Regeneration? It's just in the...
Current.
No one.
It's
No one
in
has
the
it.
bag of holding.
Alright.
It's also not super useful in this.
There's also a potion of diminution, which can make you smaller. I don't think that will help. But I could try to see if I can sneak it into your opponent's drink, but let's see.
I think we'll pass on those for now.
Yes.
I think we'll see how it goes here. We still don't really know what the sort of quality of fighting is like.
No.
There are magpies here. Quite a few. How many did I see? Like at least 10?
Yeah, I'd say about 6 or 7.
Okay.
Varying
in age?
Yeah, varying in age, but all children.
So if your opponent tonight has any magical effects on them, I can dispel them before it starts, and should any casters nearby try to intervene, I'll be ready to...
Let's say that
Counter.
anyone watching the fight, make a perception check. Even if you weren't watching ringside, like even if you watch an element of the fight, just roll perception.
Ooh, you did worse than me.
So close. It
17.
was so close to being like a reasonable roll.
You got a 10.
Cool.
You rolled a fucking 2. Fuck you. I rolled a 4, so I got a 5.
So
was up there.
something that you noticed, because you are well versed in the art of spellcraft. You noticed that on either side of the ring, there was a group of people that, at different elements of the fight, would subtly start casting things
Oh, I see.
to shift things into one or the other's perspective.
Oh, I love it. I love it. This
so-
is going to be like a Pokemon match. You're going to be my Pokemon.
Effectively. So what it is, having seen that, I'll give you the mechanics of how the pig pen now works. So the way it works is there's 2 groups effectively.
Yes.
One of them, so one from each group is in the pig pen.
Right.
There's generally around 2 or 3 support groups on either side. Right. Everyone rolls initiative. On your turns, you can do stuff.
Yeah.
But you need to roll a sleight of hand check
To not get caught.
to not get caught.
Boy.
Right? And we'll roll a perception check at the start of the fight for the 3 that are supporting, and that'll set the DC for being able to see each other's sleight of hands.
And we'll be lucky because some spells are just vocal. So
It doesn't matter.
Oh, really?
If you're casting a spell, no matter what it is, you need to roll a sleight of hand check. It's effectively just to see if you can cast it subtly enough to where the opponents aren't noticing, because if the opponents notice, they will call you out. And if you get called out,
if they're
then
doing magic also.
yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Like, if you get called out, you will get tossed out. So I'll say with that, you've noticed that entire mechanic.
I have a feeling that my entire party is going to get yeeted in the
So
I have this really bad feeling.
I can't explain how this group is doing it, and then what I would go on to say is that I can assist you, but I can do it from back here. I can stay further back. I can hide myself as best as possible. I don't have to be exactly ringside.
I trust.
If we're not ringside, then it's fine, right?
There's enough people watching just
The
whole thing to where, like, obviously it's not like 3 people are right by the ring going. It's like they're spread out.
The bar and
They're spread out around the crowd, and like they generally have line of
I'm not
sight.
sure what I can do to help.
I trust all of your abilities to figure out what's going on, Bez. We've fought together for quite a while now, so I trust you guys to make the right calls.
God,
Cool.
fuck.
So cool. So
I
that's
think the only thing I can really offer to this fight is counterspell.
Well, that's the thing.
which is
That's a good
good.
fucking good. Yeah.
we can prep magic and
Stopping them from
You
juicing.
don't call them out, you just count on the shit they pull.
Exactly.
Yeah.
yes.
And then when you run out of that, then you call them out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's gone from being just beat the shit out of each other to a very intricate battle where there's 2 main fighters, but
We should get Issa in here. God. Give him the hat of disguise and let him just.
So counterspell is just somatic, so it's just a hand movement.
it is. But it
Still
is.
sleight of hand.
It's specific hand movements, and spellcast. That's the thing with spellcasting, is there's specific hand movements which need to be carried out in a sequence, and other spellcasters looking at them can generally tell that you're casting a spell. So whether it's just verbal, just somatic, or whatever, it's other spellcasters looking at you can.
I tell you what I can do is we can decide. Well, actually, it would take me out of commission, but I could make you. No, don't worry. It won't work.
Don't make me invisible, it's fine.
No, it's fine. Yes.
You don't understand it works for one spell.
Yes.
Cool. Okay, so and as that sort of as that kind of happens, Broody sort of pokes his head in and he goes, "Right, you're on next. Make your way to the ring in about I don't know, 5 minutes."
Yep.
Cool.
Callian, if you're able to keep an eye out for their spellcasters, if they have any, you might be able to point them out to officials. Rat them out.
Try.
It's less of reporting to officials, it's more just sort of going, "Hey, that guy's casting a spell!"
Yeah.
Or you!
Yeah. So, and like you've noticed that you've noticed that people on both sides,
also had an idea.
like you've noticed that people on both, like whether they're with the green coats or not, they like as soon as someone gets called out, the green coats walk in, grab that person just out, out the door.
Don't worry, I can just keep on coming in with different hats.
Is it the Oathbreakers that are pulling them out?
Yeah, it's the Oathkeepers.
I could literally be that fucking gif of Mo throwing what's his face out of the bar. He's just going.
Yeah.
My first thought was just prestidigitate sparkles on other people's hands. That guy's casting
Magic.
My thought was just blame my dad and get him tossed out with me waiting outside.
Yeah.
Besides counterspell, I don't really have anything that is for other people.
Oh, well, that's useful.
Sweet.
Well, you've already got mage armor up, so.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
That'll last a while.
That's helpful too. It ups my AC by 1. Makes me difficult to hit. I think I have the best AC here now because of it.
Sure, I see.
19.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I do, but equal.
Still the best.
Still the best.
First equals still first.
I keep on forgetting that I can put shit into the Mana Stone staff.
Oh, yeah.
I should have done that on our trip.
This is just day 1 of 3. You've got.
Yeah, you'll remember that now and then do it later.
Cool. Okay, so if there's nothing else that you guys are doing for the next 5 minutes to prep,
I've been, effectively starting to ritual cast Detect Magic.
cool. Sweet. You're about 5 minutes into that casting when
the match starts?
I
I mean, he would have been doing it beforehand because he's shown he was going to be doing
Well,
it.
no, we only got a 5-minute warning, right?
Yeah, you got Broody gave you a 5-minute warning.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm not going to cast it.
Cool, that's fine.
Just take a chance and cast a smell magic on whoever you're fighting.
Sweet. Sounds good. Cool. So as you start to walk, you step out and you hear the announcer go, "Here's another little treat for all of you guys today. We have a returning champion here at the Pig Pen. The one, the only Mason Thatcher." And you see there's a few people who like recognize the name and they just start to look around and you go, and then you start to hear one guy just start that chant, it's like Thatcher, and it starts to pick up.
I'm going to amplify that with thaumaturgy.
You do so and it just goes Thatcher.
There's like people passing about the street like, what the fuck?
and you start to walk towards the
Okay,
ring.
what I'll do is I'll try to like Assassin's Creed Ezio, like blend in with the crowd.
Yeah.
And I want to slowly make my way there for when the chants die down, and when the chants have died down, I'm then going to jump into the ring.
Yeah, the chants die down and everyone's sort of starting to look around as to where it is, and the lights just and then you jump in, and you jump into the ring with no shirt on, shimmering.
Are there like lights around the ring?
There are 4.
There are 4 lights.
Yeah, there are 4. There are
As
4
Mason
braziers.
jumps into the ring, those lights go boom.
Yeah, and as you just.
And in the light, you can see the bring back of the booty shorts.
Mason
Like
booty
glow,
shorts.
Also, before, like when it was ending the 5 minutes, I would just give inspiration for our 2 casters, just in case they
So
need
you both have inspiration. Cool. And
Who's that?
yeah.
That will be crazy on a counter spell. Is it on ability checks?
Yep.
Yeah, what's the...
counter spell.
Is it D8?
It's just a D6.
D6? Still good.
But you can use
Pretty good.
it for your counter
Pretty much
spell, for
anything.
your sleight of hands.
Beautiful.
Like being able to put that on a counter spell is dirty for like levels of spell.
Yep.
That's dirty.
It is. And then you hear the announcer go, "And yet another favorite of the ring here in the Pig Pen." And you see the lights sort of start to flicker, like a reddish green color, and this like sort of a hue comes over the thing. And he says, "The powerhouse that can fit in your pocket. It's Beermas." And you see like you see the little guy, the gnome, the redskin gnome that just sort of, he looks like he was waddling over to the ring. He takes his cloak off, and you see underneath it's a little frogman, with sort of red and with sort of red and like spotted skin, and you see in his belt there are 2 daggers which he pulls out and just holds on to as he jumps into the ring.
As soon as he jumps in, is the crowd like?
The crowd's like
with the
chanting.
crowd surging. I'm going to take that moment. As soon as I have my eyes on him, I'm going to I'm going to cast Dispel Magic on him.
Okay, you cast Dispel Magic on him.
Yeah, at level 3, so every magical effect.
It's not you target one magical effect.
No, so actually, choose one creature, object, or magical effect within range. Any spell of 3rd level or lower on the target ends.
Okay.
So if all the 3rd ones end, anything that's above, I have to roll for. But it gets rid of everything.
That's fine.
If you target him, it's everything. If you target
if I was targeting is like I'd have to target a dagger if I wanted to target a dagger.
Cool.
But if it's actually on him, it's like every spell that's on him.
Okay. So roll sleight of hand.
Yes.
I'm gonna roll.
Everyone's clapping. So.
No, I know.
You go clap.
I have a question about the mechanics.
Yep.
Does the spell you still go off, or
Spell. Spell will still go off. It's just.
But then sometimes it gets counterspelled. That you didn't even get yeeted.
Yep.
Give you advantage on counter spells.
What?
Why? Don't look at me like that. Don't look at me like that.
Nat 20.
Oh, damn it, Banat.
Well, I can't imagine anyone's got that close of an eye on me. We'll see, because I'm sure with all the noise and with disadvantage, of course. Right, cool. I'm going to.
You don't really want to
draw that afterwards.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Oh, that was interesting.
That was a bit of a journey.
Okay.
But plus my sleight of hand and plus that is going to.
Are you
be...
only counting them
Okay,
in the
that's
thing,
good.
or-
Is it going to be enough though? That's a good question. I don't think it's going to be enough. That's 15, 16, 17, 18.
Cool. You cast a spell, and it goes off, and immediately you hear one of the guys on that side of the room go, "Hey, that blue one! Hey, the blue one's casting spells!"
I've already ducked down.
Yeah, and like they're pointing right at you. The brazier nearest you flares up, and you see out of nowhere these 2 guys in green cloaks.
Misty Step across the other side of the room, and then I'm going to cast Invisibility the second afterwards.
Yeah. So you use your action to cast
Misty Step?
No. You use your action to cast the Dispel Magic. It's still your turn.
Yeah.
So they grab you. You cast you cast Misty Step as a bonus action. I know we're going a bit loosey goosey with it, but it's fine. You Misty Step to the other side of the ring, and I need you to make a Wisdom saving throw.
Uh-oh.
Okay, because I'm still visible.
Yeah. So this is before you. So you got an action and a bonus action.
Yep.
So as soon as you got there, somebody else gets a turn.
Yep.
Before you can try and go
It's
invisible.
like 5.
Okay. That is going to be a.
Why don't you just roll on the table if it's like bouncy?
Let me see.
It's less of the thing being bouncy.
And more of the Scott rolling like that.
That is a. Oh boy, that is going to be not great. Can I see the spell? So I can't counterspell it.
Well, that was fast.
But they can see me.
Yep.
Take your lumps.
Even though I Misty stepped across the room.
Oh,
Yes.
No.
That's a 9.
It's a 9. Yep.
Yep.
You feel this influence dig into your mind, and you lock up. And 2 of these guys grab you, and so they grab you. One of the guys immediately slaps ties a gag around your mouth so that you can't speak, and then they drag you out, out the door, and they toss you out, and the door closes, and you hear it lock behind you. So you've been kicked out at this stage, and
I look up at Callie and I'm just like,
and once you're kicked out, your movement comes back.
Well.
So yeah, you get thrown out. Sorry.
The restraint that they chucked over my mouth, what was it?
Just like a rag.
It's just a rag that
a
just
gag.
like a gag, and like
you couldn't cast when you
so
were
you couldn't
dragged out.
cast when you were. That was the idea.
Right. Okay.
So you were paralyzed
Yes.
as you were being dragged out. They
Yeah.
gagged you.
It's precaution.
And they just in the back alley being like,
Yeah. So you've just been tossed out. You've been tossed out into the back alley. So
Hey, but did the spell work?
you're right on
yeah,
your ass.
it went off. The spell still went off. So you got kicked out. You're now in the back alley of this place.
Let's hope that did everything.
And yeah, they leave the gag in there. And they go. And once a paralysis ends, you can just take the gag off. But
Did I see the caster when I was in there? No caster at all?
We might need to sit down.
I'm going to start ritual casting Detect Magic outside.
cool. You start ritual casting Detect Magic outside.
Okay.
So, with that, I'll get both of you guys to roll perception checks to set the DC.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Oh
nice.
yes.
Cool.
17 for me.
Mhm.
So is this investigation or
It's perception.
perception? Okay. Just because I have a higher passive investigation, that's fine. 17 for me.
17.
27.
Fantastic.
Nice.
You're like so.
Hiya.
That's your DC.
Okay, we're good. We're good.
So your DC is 27. Your perception DC is 27. So if they're casting spells, you'll be able to.
Ah, my lord.
Yeah.
That's almost impossible. Then.
Yeah, it
Roll a
is.
19.
Yeah, it is. Yes. That is
You're
good.
gonna have some friends soon.
I hope so.
That is good shit.
So, make a little fight club outside.
Yes. Where's the fight club?
Except I'm not a narc.
Come on, Kelly's definitely a narc.
Never knocked on nobody.
Cool. All right. So as Hessel gets kicked out and the fight here in the pig pen is beginning, let's get everybody to roll some initiatives. Okay.
Complete action.
So let's get into this. As the crowd starts to come back into the moment of the fight, the attention is diverted back to the fighters in the middle in the ring. You're on either side of the ring. You see this this frogman just like holding two daggers in a stance. You take your fighting stance, and you hear
To be
the
like super duper confusing, I'm going to take like a sword guard stance with no sword in my hand.
you take a sword guard stance with no it's like
And behind the back.
it's like that but no sword. And
It'd be a two-handed longsword.
Okay, so more like this.
Yeah.
yeah.
with no sword, just to be like super.
Yeah. And with that, you hear a ding, and as that goes off, Callian, you're up first.
I'm on watch. That's my turn.
You're on watch, so you're not. You can hold your action if you wanted to.
I'm concentrating on a spell
But
already, so
maybe if like
I'm not going to shoot any bows at anybody.
Could you use
so-
this
No, but
action
you can-
to look to give him advantage,
Yeah.
or to for
I'll allow it.
stuff?
Or doesn't that just... Wasn't that our original roll? It's just...
The 27.
True.
Yeah, you've got 27. Yeah, that's just the DC for
I'm
their
holding
sleight
to
of
call
hand.
out anybody, the first person I see
Cool,
casting spells.
fantastic. That's good
That's
enough.
not much.
So you're holding the action.
I hold my action to knock.
Yeah, you hold your action to knock. That's cool. So next up is Birmus. You see him. You see him sort of just loosen up a little bit, and
Feel a little bit lighter.
yeah, he almost does. As he starts to loosen up a little bit, you see him sort of like just clean his daggers on his skin.
oh, clean his daggers.
Yeah, like he cleans his daggers on his skin and he rushes up towards you. He rushes up towards you, and as he gets into melee, you see he's moving really quickly.
That's only 10 feet.
And goes and he reaches up, like you see him get down to pounce, but instead of pouncing up, he goes forward, right at your ankles. Right towards your ankles as he makes an attack.
Not the hammer.
He's going to make an attack. And he's going to do so recklessly.
So these things are like min-max to shit.
Uh-huh.
So that is that'll probably hit. That'll probably hit. 19 plus 9, so 28 to hit.
I cannot count
counterspell daggers. I'm sorry.
Yep. So that he goes for that one, and it sinks right into your calf. I need you to make a con save.
Remember about the room.
And you D4 and where is this? Where is sneak attack? 46.
That's a lot of d6s for if he's the same level as me.
Well, it's a dagger and sneak attack and potentially poison.
Yeah. So that's
Actually, I think the DC is pretty low.
There's at least 2 barbarian in there for reckless.
Yep. And so there's that. And then
No more than 4, right? Yeah. Take a concept for it.
I've done it. I have had my con save. I rolled well for my con save.
Good.
So you take 19 points of slashing damage as this dagger just sinks right in.
Cool.
Oh, actually not 19. 19 plus 7 because.
Why do you always do this?
19 plus 7, 26 points.
7 modifier?
Yeah, bro. Max primary stat plus rage damage. So he it just slid right into your foot, and as he takes the dagger out, you see him.
What was the total?
26. Sorry, what was your con save?
18.
Yeah, you're good. He bounces away from you, out of reach, and as he's so quick, you're barely able to react to his thing, so you can't take an opportunity attack because of fancy footwork. Your turn. Actually, is it your turn? No, it's Ophelia.
I use the rune to reduce damage.
Cool.
There's no point in keeping it.
Cool. Yeah. As the dagger sinks into your calf and he yanks it out, he bounces off to the side. I mean, he's still within your movement range, but yeah.
Yeah, he is.
That's a type of room is.
Yeah, pretty much. So he bounces off to the end of the thing onto your right hand side, and is rearing up and he sort of goes and starts rearing up for another attack. It is now Ophelia. What are you doing? Mason, you're on deck.
Well, I can't really counterspell anything because I can't see if there's anything to counterspell.
Counterspell's also a reaction, so
Yeah.
you have a pretty high perception, so you'll probably be able to see it. You said the DC pretty high, so
Okay.
For
Jenna's watch.
if someone casts something and it's over Ophelia's but under Kellyan's.
no. So the highest roll sets the DC for your team.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right.
Sorry, I just
How
wanted
big
to.
is the ring?
Yeah, how big is the ring?
It's about
How far are we from Mason and shit?
you're anywhere within the ring. Mason would be within 60 feet. So if you're at ringside, it's 60 foot. So it's a 60 foot diameter ring.
Okay, so would we be able to do counterspells and stuff to the people on the other side?
If they're ringside.
Okay.
You don't know which ones exactly are the ones that are casting yet, but for the sake of the mechanics, yes, you can. Irrespective of where they are in the room, I'll say yes, you can, because that's more fun than going measure out distances. Fuck that.
All of this is fluff. All of this is theater of the mind. So
I might just hold for now and wait until I
hold to
see.
knock.
You hold your action to
Holding
narc.
like Kellyan.
You hold your action to narc.
But that means we can knock 2 people
Yeah.
Yes.
this round rather than just 1.
Exactly.
Because if they're not holding their actions to knock, they can't knock until next turn.
Yeah, that's how it works.
I mean,
Well, yeah, we'll
Despite
say.
the fact talking
You know,
to
I kind
yes.
of like the idea
Yeah,
of that.
that's-
It's if you're doing shit you can't knock.
We'll say that's how it is. So you have to
spot on.
action to narc.
Fuck yeah.
There you go.
Sure.
Be able to get someone enough people's attention to be able to.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just gonna be the both of us just like you.
Yeah, it's just the Chris's monkey and Family Guy, just like dun, dun, dun. The monkey in the closet. Anyway, that you're holding your action to narc. Mason, you're up.
Okay. I have a plan totally.
Oh god.
Not in the slightest.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of what I'll do. I'm just going to move
Turn into a
over
snake.
to.
Snakes eat frogs.
I'm going to.
You can do that, right?
Where's Rogar turning him into a giant crocodile?
Come on, Frenchman.
I'm going to move up to the little ship.
Yep, you run up to him.
Yeah. Is he like right up against the wall?
Yeah, I'll say he's about right up against the wall.
Alright, so I'll like corner him against the wall.
Yep.
Is it a circular ring or?
It's sort of it's a drop. So there is a wall. There's a
Is it a circle?
It is a
Or is
circle.
it a
Yeah,
square?
it's a circle. Yeah.
Okay, cool. That was the question.
Sorry,
is it
my
a
bad.
circle or is it?
I thought you were meaning bold.
No.
No, it's not. It's
I'm just gonna run up to him. I'm going to use my action to punch him twice.
cool.
You know, I don't
Roll
really
the
know what else to do. So with advantage, that's cocked, but I wish it wasn't. That would have been a nat 20. That's fucking horrid.
Jeez.
That will be. Why do I? Okay, so that's a 16 to hit.
16 just 16 hits. Just over his AC. His AC is 15.
Cool. So I'm just gonna do all the damage one at a time so that I can fucking remember what's going on.
That's all good. I also need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Can I roll all my concepts at the end after I'm done with my actions and shit?
Well, because you first came into contact with it, so if you do fail it, there's
Cool. Well, he takes 11 points of damage.
cool. Halved. Because rage.
Yeah.
After 5, 6.
Angry little.
5.
This is an angry toad.
He's an angry toad.
17.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's the hissing frog.
17 con save.
17 con save, you succeed.
Yeah.
Do any of us know what the sky is?
Huh?
Do
Yeah,
any of our
everyone knows.
characters know what the sky is?
Make a nature check.
Yeah. 21.
This is a creature known as a grung. Yeah. I will give you. Yeah. I will give. Yeah.
I don't.
Cool.
Second attack.
Second attack. That will hit. That's a what? Over 20.
I'll hit. Con save.
Is it every time?
Any creature that grapples you or otherwise comes into direct contact with your skin must succeed on a DC 12 Constitution saving throw.
Yep.
Fail.
You are poisoned for the next minute. So you'll. Yep. So you hit.
I no longer need to do that.
Yeah, you hit him the first time. You hit him the first time, and like he's pretty like when your fist comes in contact with him, you expect like you expect that's what you'd expect, but this is like a pretty jacked toad. You hit him, and he recoils from that first hit, and then you go in for the second one, and as you hit him the second time, when you come into contact with the skin, you almost immediately feel like you're drunk. Like shit starts to get all swimming, and it's not a good time. But yeah, cool. Damage for the second one.
He takes 6.
Half to 3. Cool. Yeah.
The
you-
grunt is an aggressive frog-like human.
yes. He's an aggressive frog-like humanoid.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, sword
Anything
won't
else?
have no more.
I have a bonus action.
Yep.
The sword would help because it just hurts more, but it just I just had to roll like shit with it.
Get poisoned.
No, I would. It still counts, doesn't it?
Because it's within reach, or
No, it's direct contact with it.
Wow.
So you punching it is direct contact, but attacking with a sword isn't.
But now you're poisoned.
But now you're poisoned for the next minute, so.
So I was thinking, if you made it through this round, I was like, maybe if I hit you a sword, you'll be fine now. But nope, too late.
I am going to flurry of blows.
Cool, yeah. Roll flurry of blows. Disadvantage, because
Flat.
poisoned?
Flat roll.
Yeah, flat roll.
Fuck you. It's an 11.
Yep, that misses.
And the second one is a 17.
That'll hit. So as you go to hit the third attack, you see he takes advantage of your immediate discombobulation and sort of jumps off your forearm and lands again as you go for another hit.
That is another 11 points of damage.
11 points of damage.
After 5.
Cool. Yeah, he drops down, and as he's coming down to the air, you just swat him out of the air with your elbow, and he just
Boing boing.
hits the ground, rolls to stand back up. Cool. Sweet. That's your turn. Anything else, or is that everything? Sweet. Next up is these guys. You immediately see someone on the other side of the ring start to mutter an incantation.
I'll point them
yep.
out immediately.
Cool. The spell does go off. So they're casting the spell. You see the spell being cast. Wisdom save.
Because I held to Narc, I didn't hold to counter spell, so.
Well, it's
so
just
you can use your
holding
reaction.
takes up your reaction.
Yeah. So you can use your
Well,
reaction.
Your reaction's not used until you take the action. So
So you can either counter spell or not.
Or counter spell.
But Callian would see it as well.
Yes. Correct. So you would also see it. So
I'm gonna counter spell.
sweet. Awesome. So you don't have to worry about the wisdom save. You see this guy starting to cast a spell, and
I rolled really well. So
yeah.
thank you for wasting my very
you see
it's not really well. It probably might have saved. It's a 16.
roll sleight of hand
Sorry.
for counter spell.
It's all good.
And I will not.
And I'm gonna use my.
Yeah.
13 plus 5 is.
You're good.
18.
Yeah.
You're good.
My counter spell, by the way, is no.
Yeah. So you see this guy start. You see this guy muttering under his breath and start to like move his hands about. And you immediately just and you see the spell just fading. He starts
and
to
then Callian.
yeah. He starts to look around, and then you notice him as well, and just as soon as you point him out, you see these green coats appear, grab him, and just start dragging him out. Cool. That's him. The other guy's gonna hold to knock. The third one is going to start casting a spell. And
All other reactions.
yep. So you can make a wisdom save.
We'll see
17.
it, but we won't be able to
You're
do
good.
anything about it.
Yeah, you feel this.
You can use your action on your turn to call them out.
Yeah, yes you can. You feel this urge to just stop and not do anything, but then you shrug it off.
Good.
Cool. That's them. Back up to the top. Callian. You did see him cast a spell.
Yeah. Yeah. So you said just your action.
Your action to.
Yeah. I'll call him out.
Cool.
As well.
Yeah. So you point out. He's like, he's casting a spell, and he's casting a spell. And you see.
Everyone's casting
You see,
spells.
this other guy also gets grabbed by by these guys. A gag goes into his mouth as well as he starts to struggle a little bit, and he gets
I
dragged.
wonder how many people I have to call out for casting spells before they'll just believe me when I call people out.
True.
Cool.
That's a good point.
Sweet.
That is a very good point.
Cool. That's that. And then back up to so after Callian, it's Birmus. Unless you're doing anything with your bonus action and.
No.
Sweet. Birmus is after being flacked onto the ground. He stands back up, and you see him sort of rush up to the wall behind him, like jump up against and uses frog legs as a to come at you, and he's going to reckless attack again. So soft 20 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Con save.
You added +1 to your roll.
My damage and attack? Yep.
Oh no, he. Wait, hold on. Is that a
I
bonus
either
action
missed
to
by,
do that,
I either missed by a
is it
lot or
Sorry, can you fix
More
it?
specific.
damage I was.
That's part of an attack. Okay.
Oh,
Cool.
Jesus.
So yeah, you can make a con save.
I succeed.
Cool. You're good. So you just take this damage. Let's see what else it is. Take 30 points of damage as he launches at you. dagger held out in front and just like jams it right into your shoulder, and you feel it sort of go nick some bones and just like get lodged right in there, and then he rips it out, and that's when you realize that his daggers have a slight curve to them at the end.
I would like to use my reaction of that.
Yeah, go for it.
To use the chronolometer's fate swap.
Yes! What does that do?
Immediately after taking damage, even though it's not your turn, Mason can have a free action.
Nice!
And that's not a spell.
No,
is
it's
it?
not. But
So
yeah, it's still you're using a magical item.
Confused.
Make
What's
a
happening?
yeah. So you're all like that. You feel yourself a bit drunk. You feel this thing just shooting pain in your side, and you see as this guy's withdrawing, as he's withdrawn the dagger, he almost like slows slightly, and you see an opening to just go for it. But yeah.
As he sort of slows like that, I'm going to use the opportunity to be smart. I'm going to use wholeness of body to heal 24 hit points.
Yeah.
So the
good
stab
stuff.
that he stabbed into me, as soon as his dagger retracts, most of it looks like it didn't go into the first place.
Fantastic.
I rolled a 17.
Sleight of hand? Yeah, you're good. Yeah, they didn't roll very well on their. They didn't roll very well on their perceptions.
Would a 14 have passed?
And you don't know. Cool. That was Beerus' turn.
There's only one of them left as well, so you yeet him, and then it's free reign.
Yeah.
Well, not really, but
Ophelia, your turn. Reaction to knock.
I can't see anybody doing it now. Yeah, I guess I'll just have to hold.
Cool. You hold to knock. Mason, you're up next.
okay. I am going to move up to them.
Yep.
And I'm going to use my action to make 2 attacks against them.
Yeah, go for it. Roll to hit.
So
You're
it's
already
flat
poisoned,
roll.
so don't worry about con saves. You're already poisoned, so don't worry about con
So
saves.
flat roll.
Yep.
And that 20.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Nice.
So that is doubling the green one.
Yep.
Fuck you.
Jesus, man.
So that's
Sorry about the dice, dude.
8 points
I
of
think it's a
damage.
you thing, though.
Half to 4.
It's definitely.
Yep.
And I'll attack again.
Yep.
That is a 18.
That'll hit.
So I will roll damage again. That is 8.
Yep. 8 points, half to 4. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. As he starts to slow down, you see your scars heal. He lands. He lands, and you drop down, rush at him, and just like two to the body. And it's really weird fighting this low because you have to bend over to get him for those body shots. Like you get in there and just 2 straight to the body, and he's you see him dazed slightly as he recoils from that.
I'm then going to change my stance from my cool sword stance to go into a defensive stance.
Cool. So you get up there and put up your guard.
Yep.
Sweet. And that's bonus action to patient defense. Sweet.
It's my turn.
Okay. It's this other guy's
Turn
turn.
into a
He's
punter.
also going to.
Yeah, just like speedball.
Just kick it.
Yeah.
He's gonna start casting a spell. So start with him first.
So I
That's
can't
not bad,
spell
but it's
that
still
one.
not
Unless you see
27. It's not. It's yet. You rolled a natural 19, but it's still not a fucking 27. So
you see it.
You see it.
I will.
Yeah, you see this guy start to cast a spell. You counter spell.
Yeah.
Cool. You see him start to cast a spell, and it just.
You want to roll sleight of hand again?
Yes, okay, it's counter spell.
There we go.
13. That's the DC.
You made
So
it.
You made it. they're all, like I said, they're all shit.
Oh, so that other one before would have been fine.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Someone also has to call you out on counterspelling, though.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So if we kick him out
if you kick him
first.
out, that's it. There's no one.
And no one,
It was him.
no one else in the area cares.
Yeah, exactly.
Literally no one gives a
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's so you see him start to cast a spell and just it's fuck. You see him just you see him audibly frustrated at this. And yeah, that's him.
And then
And then-
no, I have to use my action. No, So
you use a reaction to counter spell.
Yes.
And you were holding your action to knock. So
Yes,
therefore
that's
you
right.
cannot.
So I'm just
But-
like, stop it, you.
But yeah, immediately after that, it is Callian's turn. And you, I'm assuming, call him out again? It's like, that would do! And suddenly again, yeah, and the two guys pop up, grab him, and toss him out. I'd say at this point, one of the guys gets tossed out, and Hessel, you're just standing there like ritual casting detect magic. He's like, hey, and he goes, hey. Like one of these guys is outside.
I don't talk to him. I just look at him and just keep on casting.
Yeah, and he's just like,
Then like a couple minutes later, the other guy gets thrown out.
yeah, like it's next round he'll come out. Sweet. So there's that. That's it. That's all of them.
I'm gonna cast Healing Word on Mason.
Yeah, go for it. Bonus action.
Yes.
Nice.
Yep.
That's 8 points of healing. I love
And there's no one to call him out anymore.
Someone
The fight is still
Right.
He's still like Beermus is still fighting, but he's gonna call straight out if he uses an action. But you know that's an action.
Also has to
The general populace doesn't give a fuck.
General populace doesn't give a fuck. Sleight of hand.
Nice. You're good.
You're good.
Hang on, if the general populace doesn't give a fuck, is this one of the guys that ratted me out?
Probably.
Okay. Do I remember the face of the guy that was yelling?
History check.
Gladly.
No, this is going to start stabbing some people.
Yes.
This is his own
This is a little fight club
I think
outside.
it's halfway through killing this guy and the second guy comes out.
A lot.
Sorry.
Probably
Yeah.
quite a lot.
Yeah, it's going to be...
It'll be above 20.
Loading things back up.
Yep.
History's not as good, actually, believe it or not, but that's still 17.
Yeah. And yeah, this was the guy that called you out on your spellcasting.
Okay,
Yeah.
alright. Just giving a once over, what does he look like, his face?
So he's this. He's in like not high-end clothing, but he's still dressed nice, like dinner jacket.
Steal his clothes.
sort of thing.
Steal his clothes.
I'm just gonna really carefully examine his face.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. So facial features. He's got a sort of slightly hooked nose, and a human, sort of, white man. He's a white dude, with sort of black hair that's been side parted, and
Severus Snape.
yeah, no, not like long.
Okay.
It's just like combed to the side.
Comb-over.
Yeah, combed to the side. Not like an
Filter the
undercut.
comb-over.
Not. Think Tom Riddle from like from Chamber of Secrets.
Right, I'm just gonna say, good job in there, and I reach into my coat and I take out a glass locket that has a little bit of clay in it. I'm like, you outbested me. That's yours. Gift from you to me.
And what might that be?
It's just a nice locket. It's kept me safe so far. Maybe it'll do the same for you.
Make a deception check.
Come on, man. I have no idea what this is. I can't remember.
It's just clay. It's just clay.
Is it clay from those boys?
It's clay from the boys, but it's an object that I know.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very good. That's a 19.
I'm proud of you.
Insights. Failed. Yeah, it's like, right, thank you. Good job in there too. Sorry, got called out so quickly.
It's alright.
Can you
So
roll
much for my
shit
night.
in the ring as well, please?
I didn't roll shit. He just had bad insight.
I'll go back to casting to check magic.
You go back to casting to take magic. And he walks off.
This guy's gonna get murdered.
Yeah, he walks off. Cool.
2 seconds later.
It was them. Callian just called someone out, and now it's Beermus. Yeah. So after those two body blows, you see he takes advantage of you being sort of bent over, trying to go for him, and as you're sort of starting to stand up, he like lunges for your face with both daggers out. But like
Not
both daggers
his
are on his
face.
head. So he's going to flat roll because you are dodging.
So reckless attack.
Yes, the reckless attack. And that is a 3, so he misses. He goes for it, and you just get out the way, and you just swat him back down, and he just lands and skids back.
Gamble paid off.
Continue to face.
If you got anything else, you can make. Oh yeah, you can make a offhand attack, can't you? That's right, bonus action.
Yeah.
Cool. He's gonna make a bonus action offhand attack. So as one comes at you, this will add modifier because he doesn't have two weapon fighting. Offhand attack. That's nat 20.
Fuck you.
Ooh, that gonna hurt.
It's a nat 20. I will take a picture of it because
That's fine. I trust you. Boy, I wish I could sit and recon Mason to min-max him for this.
I'm sorry, dude.
This gun suck.
Yeah,
This
there's
is
nothing
insane.
I can do to help
Like-
you here.
It doesn't add modifiers, but it's still a lot of dice.
Mm-hmm.
So make a con save.
Oh no.
Fail? Yeah, it's 2 more d4 points of damage.
Heal again, if you can.
Ah, it's a bad noise.
So that's a 2. So you take 30 points. Oh no, there's doubles. You take 60 points of damage
Jesus Christ.
as this thing as you swat him down, he hits the ground and just uses his legs to just bounce right back, and like because he's that close to you, goes straight for your side, and just because of the sheer force, the hooked blade goes into your side, just rips upwards, and you feel it go through a couple of ribs as he extracts the blade, and stands in front of you.
Are you still up?
Jeez, dude.
But it looks pretty bad. All right. Yeah, he's looking a bit rough there.
Yeah.
Rough around the edges. Might need some
Might need some topping
TLC.
up.
Some TLC.
Yeah.
Good question. How far away is the grub from me?
Within spell range.
Okay.
Cool. Sweet. That's you. That's the grung. It's now Ophelia. There's nobody left to knock on.
Quick question, is there anyone with like drinks and stuff around?
Yeah.
I'm gonna take one of the drinks off.
Yeah.
the
You
little coin.
just grab it off.
As I drink, I'm gonna cast suggestion on the frog.
Okay.
So I'm gonna hold it up to my lips so it looks like
Yeah,
I
yeah.
am drinking, but I'm like my mouth is moving.
You can still make a sleight of hand check.
Do I get any sort of advantage with that?
It's just mechanics of it.
12.
Cool. You failed. He does notice it, but he's not going to spend his action to knock.
I say to the grung, I suggest you surrender.
Okay.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Here we go.
Because you just got gutted, or I suggest you forfeit.
Yeah. Okay. Is the intent to make him just go, I give up, or
No,
is the
I'm
intent to go throw the fight?
To throw the fight, basically.
Got it.
The intent is to make him lose.
Yep.
Yes.
Right.
$14.
He thinks.
Hey, cool. You see, you message that, and you see him sort of look up at you and nods.
Okay, because my spell save is 17.
Yeah.
So, I suggest course of activity.
That's clutch. That is absolutely
Did I do that right?
clutch.
I think I did. I haven't cast this since the first couple of sessions.
That is so clutch.
Basically, I'm suggesting a course of activity of him to lose.
Yep. No,
I
that's
want
cool.
you to lose.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
I got it.
Okay.
Sweet. back. Oh no, it is now Mason.
That is.
You see, as this guy's
That is
landed.
riding the lines on the back end of suggestion, but it's probably still fine.
It's.
It's
You spend 8
I'm
hours
not asking
doing-
him to hurt himself. I'm asking
Yeah.
him
Yeah.
to
Throw the
fail.
fight,
Yeah.
and which is
Get hurt a little more than usual, but not like.
because he's already in a state where he's fighting Mason. He's
Yeah.
not going to let Mason
Kill
beat him.
him.
Yeah,
No.
exactly.
Yeah.
And I don't want that. I don't want him to die.
Yeah, you notice that he you notice that as you sort of reel from that blow, looking down at this guy, he you see him you see a very clear opening right left side of his ribs, where he's like he's pretty much within punting distance. But yeah.
I'll raise my leg and just go for a full-on side kick into his ribs.
Field goal.
Roll with
Go for a field
roll
goal.
with advantage.
Roll with advantage.
Because
Even though I have disadvantage.
he's letting you hit.
Oh my god.
Nat 20?
Fucking 20.
Yeah.
Why?
Roll damage.
Team Rocket's blasting off again.
Jesus.
Fuck.
Of course, that's still a Mason roll. Oh man.
You're still gonna kick him.
Yeah, not very hard.
Doesn't matter.
That is 9 points of damage.
Yeah. You hit him, and you see, like you notice it because you know you haven't kicked him too hard, but you see he like uses his feet to like, as the like your wrist. You know how the whole he stuntmans it, and as soon as you hit, he sort of springs off. You see him slam into the side of the wall, hits the ground, and then just like doesn't get up. The crowd just suddenly like is quiet. And then there's
It's like a ring light.
it's there's like there's a few moments pass and and then you hear the announcer go, and it's Thatcher, and like the whole crowd just erupts into Thatcher.
You hear the wine glass bag.
Yeah, like empty wine glasses.
She drank some of it and she's like,
Yeah, and it's just the whole thing's just Thatcher. And
Hazel quietly claps outside.
yeah, you can hear
this lasts for
that
8 hours.
Well, until he completes it.
until he completes the action, so he's no longer.
Yeah. Now he's just gonna be like, what the fuck?
No, he knows that he knows what you did, but like
I'm
it's
sure this
the
shit
fight.
happens.
The fight's over. The spectacle's done. So there's no point in reporting you anymore.
Yeah.
So as that happens, you see some of the, you see the medics and come to get into the thing, and they drag you off, and I'll say they heal you up to max hit points. So you get healed up. And
Jesus, all this like ooze just kind of expelling out this poison.
Yeah, and there's just like this green, like the blood that's that as they cast the spells to like heal you back up, that you see them sort of extracting the poison from you as they cast Lesser Restoration.
By the time they get me dealing with it,
So
they're casting on me.
messy.
It's probably gone through my system anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's just and with that, like the fight ends, you guys are taken out of the ring, and and as the sort of ring begins to clear, that's where we'll have the first break. So you are all currently in the aftermath of the fight between Mason and Beermus, who has lost this. Beermus, who has lost
It
this
was
fight.
a near miss.
Yeah, the near miss, huh? But yeah, he's being tended to by his troop of clerics.
He lost completely of his own volition.
Yeah, exactly. And the crowd has gone wild. Mason, you are still in the ring. As some of these clerics come up and start to heal you up, you climb out. Is there anything that you're doing?
As soon as they're done, I climb out and I go to where I was preparing, where most of my stuff will be.
Yeah.
Meet him there.
You walk up and out, and as the sort of tapering off of your
I
insane
think we're
perception
on the way.
check, I'm going to say that you clock Mason's dad sort of watching him as he leaves.
Mitch.
Yeah. Following him pretty much all the way through until he's no longer visible. Cool. And fights continue throughout the night. There's the rest of the fights aren't as flashy as the exhibition and this one.
Can I try to re-enter the bar?
Yes. Eventually, you are given permission.
You're like,
to
okay, the
re-enter.
fight's over. Come on in.
As soon as I'm done collecting my stuff, I'm leaving.
Cool.
I go back, I collect my shit, and I'm gone.
You grab your
So I'll
stuff.
probably see you before I come back.
Yeah, you grab your stuff, and as you're sort of packing, Rudy comes in and he says, "Right, that was good. This is your winnings." And he drops a bag of 85 gold.
Thank you.
Man, that's worth your life.
Yeah, that was a good show. I thought he almost had you there.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
Are we there as well? Or?
Yeah.
After taking the gold, I turn around and keep packing, and then I just don't acknowledge him.
Right. Seeing as you want to get to the title fight at the end of the week, you're gonna have to win a couple more. Just no more people worth fighting today. But if you come back tomorrow,
Same location?
same place tomorrow, I'll have someone else lined up for you.
Anything that we should watch out for?
I don't know who it's gonna be yet, so I'll do a bit of talking. I gotta say, your pops is a bit interested now that you beat one of his fighters.
Oh, that was one of his.
Yeah.
Excellent.
How many more does he have?
He's got about 4.
What do you know of them?
It's one of the ones with the fucking the crocodile with the axe.
Yeah, that guy. He's mean.
Ophelia
But the one you
flips
really
open her
wanna-
notebook and writes down next to
The one you really want to watch out for is the white dragonborn guy. Othira.
Champion's one of his as well.
Mm-hmm. He's been he plucked him out about a month and a half ago. Or found him, rather. No one had seen him around town since then, since before then.
So Saji and Baramus are gone. They're out.
Saji's not out. That was an exhibition fight.
Oh, okay.
Saji and Othira are the two title contenders for.
And he's a one of.
Saji fights for himself.
Okay, that's good. And there was
One of the, I should mention, Saji is not one for tricks. Anything you saw him do in the ring was all him.
Oh.
Am I packed yet?
Yeah,
I'm changed.
You're about
Alright,
packed.
I grab my bag and I leave. I'm going back to the tavern.
Well, I see you tomorrow, Thatcher.
He'll
No
be
response.
Cool. Make sure he's here tomorrow.
Of course. I'll just...
It's like dips out.
Hissel's just ritual casting outside.
Yeah. And you see the door open and Mason walks out.
I actually probably wouldn't have waited for the clerics, honestly.
Okay, cool. That's fine.
Chase after Mason after he's.
Sweet. You still beat the shit, and you've got a massive open gash on your side that is still bleeding.
Yep.
Where is he going now? Why didn't he wait to get
You
healed?
got broken ribs and all of that, all sorts. As you sort of walk out, you see Mason walk out, and he is beat to shit, like a massive hole in his calf.
I put my long pants and my shirt back on, so it's covered. It's
enough.
covered.
Yeah, a massive blood stain on his calf.
It's like
There's a blood stain on his shoulder, like just below his clavicle. There's a massive blood stain on his right side under his armpit.
You're alive, I take it?
Mm-hmm.
Not
Yep.
dead yet?
No,
Do you want a hand?
I'll be okay.
Right, sorry I don't have Manibus at the moment.
I'm going back to the tavern.
Alright, I'll see if I can catch the others. We'll join up.
Cool. And you head out to go back to the tavern. The third troll?
There was a second
The
troll.
second troll.
The third troll.
You were one ahead.
The third troll's after we burn this one down?
Yes.
Yes.
Cool.
We come back in a month.
I was
The
gonna say,
fifth
we've
troll.
never burned anything down as a wait.
yet.
Missed our conversation off camera.
I'll wait. I'll wait for the other two to pop on out.
Eventually, the other two
You're
walk
not very
out.
far behind them,
You see them step out.
Lily's like,
There's a bit of blood trail.
Oh yes, I can see that.
How did it go in there?
Oh, let's talk when we're back at the end, shall we?
Sure. Sorry about the ordeal.
It's fine. I think we just
We got you back.
Thanks. You should see the other guy.
Yeah, you guys start to walk. You'll walk through. You'll probably get to the tavern well ahead of these guys. Anything in particular you're doing on the way there, or once you get there, or
Mason's power walking.
I'm just walking.
power limping.
I've had plenty of bad defeats in my time. It's I know how to walk broken.
well,
I'm going to just I don't know, put some money on the counter, grab like a bottle of alcohol,
you get a bottle of alcohol.
and then just go up to whatever room it is that I have rented.
Sweet. You make your way up there.
Right, because
That's
me and Hessel are sharing a room because we were studying, and then
No,
you guys
me
were...
and you
Oh,
were
yeah,
sharing
yeah,
a room.
'cause you-
That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, we were
Doing
studying.
scribey.
Yeah.
Scribey training.
Eventually,
I'll probably say it's to these guys that, and like as we're going, it just could be that he just didn't get a shot at his dad today. Could be the fight was a little rougher than normal. Maybe just
Well,
in the evening.
Looking at the previous fight and even seeing the start of that one, it's not
nasty.
it's not the same Pigpen. It's
Oh,
not
no.
the same.
Oh no.
That's a different ball game.
I think
That little guy was one of his dad's. I'd be surprised if tomorrow night's isn't either.
Right.
Well, I'm glad that the big elephant man. Do I know what a loxodon is? Okay. The loxodon wasn't or isn't one of Mason's fathers, because but also the
Champions.
the champion with
Which
fire.
means
Fire
I
up.
think you can, if Mason gets there, you can probably expect a whole bunch of new tricks to
Yeah.
tilt in that man's favor.
I don't know if all of the fighters, his fighters, and the supporting cast, I suppose you could say, I don't know if they all are housed in the same area or what the deal is there, but
You say we take them out ahead.
Oh no, I planted something on the one that called me out. I gave him a locket of mine. I'm hoping to do some study tonight to try and see if I can learn a particular spell that will help me track that object and therefore track him, if he hasn't sold it yet.
Right.
If you find out where that is, we might find where the rest are, without sticking our noses in too much. I was hoping perhaps to give one of the kids something special, but it just seemed too dangerous at the time.
Well, at least we know that they're, mostly all alive for now. I'll let
Did you
Ro
see
know.
the main one, whose name I forget?
Carly?
Keely.
Keely, yeah.
I mean, I know I have a description of her probably, right?
You didn't see Keely.
No, but I'll let Ro know. We've got
She
at least
probably
7.
at the finals, I'd assume.
Next time we see them, perhaps if I just take out a coin, if you could make a mark on this, something particular to make it unique, I should be able to track that down. It's just a manner of getting it to one of the kids, whether or not it's a gesture of, oh, you look destitute, here's a coin. But I think if it's done
I can do that.
if it's done around those green cloaks, they might try and claim it for themselves, which then I guess still works, because if they're
Does
going back to
seem-
the same place, perhaps that's the ploy.
I can figure that out. I can send them on to them.
Right. I'm gonna have to do a bit of late night tattooing.
Do you need help?
Yeah, I could use a hand and...
I'll ask Ro to pick up our some of her tools.
Ro's busy building a tattoo gun.
Oh! Archie's first project.
I meant for carving into the coin, but...
Right. I've still got all the... It doesn't
Technic
have
gun
to
works
be...
for that, just change out the needle.
Doesn't have to be so much, even if it's just some ink, something that will seep into the metal, make it identifiable to me.
Cool.
I know you can apply washes to metal.
Does it have to be a coin?
Oh no, it can be anything,
Just
really.
token.
Just something that I can track. Something that I would
lay this
recognize in my mind.
It's getting there. It's about like I'd say about 10ish.
Markets are all closed.
Yeah, closed.
Okay, cool. That's right.
I mean, if you were someone who knew these streets, you could probably find a place to get
Probably be
things.
black market and shit, yeah.
Oh,
That's okay.
it really can be anything. It could be a strand of my clothing. It could be a
Just
square.
like a ribbon or something, a bit of fabric.
It's more. It needs to be something that we can give to the children without it being. Well, even if it is confiscated, that still works. But a coin can be simple enough.
Yeah, maybe a silver coin.
Cool.
We should get back though.
Yeah.
See how Mason's doing. He looked rather bleedy.
Yes.
Yeah, wasn't easy.
I'm about to sneeze.
Every it's just no casting.
No, it's okay, it's fine.
Fireworks in.
Oh, that hurts so much.
Cool.
What I was gonna say.
Someone cast a spell sneeze.
Yeah. Oh, that's the worst.
Counter sneeze.
It'll come back later.
Anti-sneeze field.
Yes.
The way that I always feel like that is that when that happens, someone else in the world sneezes very violently.
Out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere. Without, and it's just a small little black hole is created where the sneeze just pew.
Sneezes can neither be created or destroyed. They can only be transferred from one form to another.
Yeah, that's why there is a
interdimensional sneeze hole.
That's why
Exactly.
there's a constantly shifting sneeze. It's like it's just a wave.
It's
going
always a
across
wave,
the-
yeah.
Yeah.
It's not just across the world, it's across the universe.
Is it?
So somewhere out
It's a
there.
single sentient entity that's just jumping between people.
Is it a wave or is it made of matter?
That's true. That's
It's
true.
both.
Yeah.
both.
It's until it's observed and then it collapses. It's both a particle
Well, I
and a
have a
wave.
headache now.
So that was quantum sneeze.
Yeah,
with
quantum
virtual
sneeze
cast.
with virtual cast.
Quantum
So
sneeze.
back at the second troll.
Yes.
Great
So,
Yeah. I will
Just
just.
an alleyway with two people talking about
Hey,
I'll
Bert, do you ever think about sneezing? Yeah, I do, Gary.
I'll Bill Hessel.
I heard sneezes just pass from one bite to another.
right.
Nonsense.
I'm sorry.
That's cool. This is what makes up D&D. This is like random
I will Bill
tangents.
Hessel in on what happened.
I heard
last
once there was a
episode.
great sneeze deity.
A
Cool.
sneezing.
His name was Sneezes.
Sneezes.
He sneezed himself into 1,000 tiny pieces, and now those pieces just grow from multiples.
Alright, back at the second
Back into
troll.
sneezes.
Back at the second troll.
Yes.
You arrive at the second troll again, and it is still bustling because it is about 10 p.m.
Yawn.
Oh God.
Science is nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, it's still bustling. There's still quite a few people in here because it is still about 10 p.m. and night's effectively just starting for some people. But here you are at the second troll. You can see some musicians playing some ditties in the corner. And I know what you heard. I know what you heard.
No. I just literally had an idea just kind of sprung into my mind of how you could potentially subtle cast spells by effectively making dummy arms for yourself that would sit out the front of you like this when you're actually doing the casting behind your back.
I was literally thinking of doing that with disguise self, of giving myself extra arms.
it's
But I was like,
Disguise self doesn't work
I
that
don't
way.
think it'll work like
It does not work
Rogue
like
has a
that.
disguise kit, but no, we need a Muppet kit.
What about ultrasound? Can I grow more arms if I have ultrasound?
Yeah, I think Alter Self allows you to grow more arms.
No.
Yeah.
It's like you can change parts.
Oh,
But if you're a Simic hybrid,
if you're a Sim hybrid.
Then yes. Anyway.
Major illusion overshoot.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah,
I'm
at
gonna
the-
go up, order something strong,
you get something
and I
strong,
just kind of down the whole thing real
Fucking
quick.
alcoholic.
and it does nothing.
It does nothing to me.
Oh,
Perfect.
right.
And I kind of like whoever's at the bar. I just kind of give them like a.
Yeah, they're just looking at you like,
This little twink, really?
But yeah, it's more like a Hesselwink where it's just kind of it's really off.
It's like
but
British.
it's just like
It's a blink. It's good.
yeah.
Yeah.
Wank.
Oh god, it's not that. Anyway,
And then I'll follow the others up
Yeah.
upstairs.
We'll follow the blood trail.
yeah, you
yeah,
follow the blood trail up. Sweet. If there's nothing else you guys are doing throughout the night, is there anything that you're doing throughout the night?
I'm gonna go check on this boy as soon as
Yeah, we'll
I'm going to go
You'll
over
check-
things you don't just go.
Yeah.
we just want to make sure that he hasn't died in a pool of his own blood, you know? Like,
Yeah,
if
you
it was
hear a knock
somebody
on the
else's blood, then...
you hear a knock on your door. Yeah.
Come in.
just opens. It's the
It's-
three
it's
of us.
It's just like
that.
that. Yeah.
I mean, we share a room, so
Yeah.
you have to come
Yeah.
second here anyway.
Hey, do you mind if we hang out in this space just for a bit?
If you want, Mason will be sitting on his bed. He'll have his shirt off, and he'll have on the nightstand the bottle of alcohol will be like a little bit drunk.
Yeah.
Little bit drunk. And
That's what's left.
the corpse,
Or-
that's gone.
Okay, I was like, just a little bit.
Which you will have pulled over next to him, and he'll have the bandages that were used to bandage him up when he got gored by the bulls, which are like
Oh my gosh.
like a bit stained.
Yeah,
Still,
yeah.
he's currently bandaging his.
Oh, let me just prestidigitation those first.
Well, they're clean because he was
Okay,
clean to
you
them,
did
but
clean them,
again, it's a lot of blood.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it is stained.
there now.
I will actually help, though, prestidigitation,
Yep.
just so there's not as much, you
Yep.
know?
You want some healing for that, or just let him?
They'll heal. They'll be okay.
I understand that. If they are doused in alcohol, I think you'll still absorb a little bit directly into the bloodstream that way. So
That's not how that works, I don't think. Or is it?
And as I'm just sort of, as I'm kind of like, I'll sort of pick the bottle of alcohol up and put it under my arm to hold it up there, and then I'll just sort of push ribs back into the direction of me to and then just take
Yeah.
a big swig.
Just like,
Yeah, it's just blood. There's just
I was like,
blood.
the alcohol just
Yeah,
goes,
no.
So,
you should have a bigger problem then.
Well, maybe just let Callian sort of seal up the hole there.
It'll be fine.
if he
Alright.
wants to leave him, he can.
And if you look around the room, you'll see the bag of gold on your bed.
I'll pick it up and put it on the table and just sit down.
Sweet.
Get another shot.
Don't think I want one.
What, you don't want to fight anymore?
Not there.
That is a different kind of fight than I'm used to.
I didn't win that fight.
In saying that,
I mean, technically you did.
Doesn't matter.
It's
I
a
appreciate
dirty
it.
fight, no matter what.
I appreciate what you did.
You actually don't know that it was me. I didn't say anything.
I meant my educated guess is that
all of us
you weren't there.
Yeah.
You hit things and do like a little bit of spells, and you're the only other person that's on my team.
Unless all of a sudden your dad had a major change of heart. So like,
Or the front just got tired!
Mason doesn't know he's making an educated
tired
guess.
yeah.
I appreciate it. I appreciate getting the win, but I had no place winning that fight. I was bested in every way.
Just to remind you, not but a few days ago, you stood in front of a very powerful necromancer and a whole group of cronies, and you stopped them from getting out to us, from doing what they wanted to do.
I'm not doubting my ability. I'm just not fighting there anymore.
That's fair.
It is what it is, and there's nothing I can do about that.
What do you want to do instead?
I mean, we could possibly like corner him.
There's lots of options,
Or
really.
like steal your
To
mom and
mention
burn the
the,
house down.
The elephant man. He looks for himself, doesn't have a team.
the current champion is your father's. Doesn't sound like he wants help, but
I can kill my father anytime. It doesn't have to be in the ring. I was doing it as a distraction.
What about embarrassment as well? I feel like that can carry a whole heap of weight to it. How much do you think these fighters actually get paid? Per fight. I mean, you won tonight. You won 89 gold.
I'm gonna look in the pouch.
There's 85 gold pieces in there.
85.
I made a guesstimation based on the weight of the pouch when Ophelia was holding it in her hand and stuff like that. Quick math.
She's like, quick, how many beans are in this jar?
I mean, I do have 20 intelligence now, so.
Yeah.
I got that for a win, so you don't get paid very much.
no.
That's the thing.
Well, that's also
85 gold pieces is a lot of money.
Oh, no, I know.
that's also you and not under the employ of the Oathkeepers.
Yeah.
What's to say?
More.
What's to say if you just offered your father's fighters a better deal?
I think that the thing that we have to worry about, father aside, is the children that are stuck in there.
Yes, and I do have my plan to find out where they're being kept. I think taking them when they're there with a lot of potential for public, or rather extra casualties, might not be great, but if we can find out where they are, that's when we can get Ro to use her set of skills.
What are you proposing? You say that father aside, the kids are what are more important. What are you proposing saying that?
I don't think that more. What I'm saying is that our priority, aside from your mother, is these children. That's kind of what I
think there's a way to do both.
And I'm not saying we choose one or the other. That's not what I was trying to say. I was just trying to say that if Ro just got her father back, and
if I give up on fighting now, we don't have a chance to save the children? Is that what you were saying?
no, I'm just trying to think of other ideas and other ways for us to work through this, and I don't know, because I don't know how this world works.
I think maybe
You're the ones who know how this world works more than I do. And I can help, I can talk to people, but I can't physically do much besides, burn a place down or something. I just think that we need some sort of plan.
I do too. I don't think they're all
no room service, thank you.
all jumbled into one. I think we can approach them as separate issues.
I think that's the best way to look at it. I think regardless of whether you're fighting into the championship or not, that finals night is the best time to take advantage of.
Yes.
Get the kids out, protect your mum.
Well, I know my dad will be focused on that anyway.
Yeah. I'd imagine if you were part of some chaos that went down that lost the pen, all their children fighters, I would assume he'd want a meeting in the moment.
I think that if Mason's father is a smart man, and I don't know if he is,
I'm short resting, by the way.
That's good.
that he would know that Mason being back in town would lead to him trying to get his mother out. And so he would foresee that, if he was a smart man. Especially if they saw us in the area.
How arrogant do you think he is, student?
Very.
You think he's thinking this is all about him?
Don't even think he thinks it's all about him. He's not a particularly intelligent man.
Oh, lovely.
Well, if you want to hurt him, if you want to embarrass him, I'm more than happy to put some of my coin on the table if you want to buy his fighters out from under him so that they don't even show up to a fight.
I never wanted to embarrass him.
Alright.
It's not about reputation.
I don't think his fighters... If they're his fighters, then they're with the Oathkeepers and they're probably there for more than money.
We know that we can't. Sorry, my accent's like all over the place today, but like whatever. We know that we can't take down this gang war that's happening. We can't do anything to stop it. It is a inevitable thing, and we shouldn't guilt ourselves in thinking that it's going to be our fault if we can't stop it. We've talked about this. If we can save the people that we can save, fantastic. But
I think it might potentially be worth the oxygen from the fight. If you're able to give him a question, find out, see if he's fighting for the belt, for the money, for the. If we know why he's. If we know why he's doing it, and maybe there's others like him there. If they're there for the money, we can certainly offer up more than the fights are fighting.
have you ever seen any magic like the one like with his tattoos and stuff before?
Roll Arcana.
20.
Which makes parts of it are vaguely similar.
Yeah.
20 not natural.
It's interesting actually. It's got to do with runes that you noticed hidden in the tattoos. So it's a craft that, and it's not something that, it's not magic in the sense of spell casting. It's magic it's imbuing magic into runes, which will then give you abilities in a martial
It's almost like
capacity.
a mix of Hessel and Ophelia's magics.
It's not like a wizard's magic. It's
Oh,
this
I meant
magic.
about tattoos with runes and whatnot.
It comes
it's more
with
primal than that.
it comes through craftsmanship. These are tattoos like very close to like what an artificer does.
Yeah, it's more
Except
like
they
Row
don't
and
make-
Ophelia.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like row, but less of the mechanical tinkering, just more of honing your craft to an extent where you can now imbue specific magic into it without learning how to cast spells. It's roll a nature check.
Ugh. That's not going to be great.
I did a very high one on this one, just because of the Arcana check.
9.
Yeah, there's certain like
My nature's not one of
yeah,
my
there's this sort of magic doesn't come from people. It comes from like it comes from creatures, old creatures. But yeah, or it has its origins in the old creatures. There's something very elemental about them.
It's an ancient magic.
But not like the primordial like stuff that you know about. It's like it's old magic and it comes from nature, or it has its roots in nature. And the runes that you saw in there weren't arcane runes. They were harkening back to what Issa, or the conversation you had with Issa a while back, similar to true names. They're like
Have you ever played RuneScape?
A long time
It's like
ago.
rune crafting, but the rune itself does magic shit.
it's
barely
that.
remember
So
shit about that game.
mechanically speaking, that was a rune knight.
Yeah.
He was a rune knight fighter.
Yeah.
Look, what are our priorities here? What are we actually trying to achieve?
I think
Getting your mother and the children out of the city.
my current thoughts is if we can see why he fights, if he knows of other, depending on why he fights, if others are like him. My thoughts is that if the championship night falls apart, if the Oathkeepers are busy and the kids have a chance to leave,
We have some people on our side.
and the chaos, I mean,
We already have a way out for your mother and for those kids. If we can get those kids secure, then we can call in a favor with Valier to get them safely out of the city. I'm more than certain that he and his people could make that happen. And
So couldn't we just call in a favor now and just ask?
well, no, we don't know exactly where those children are. We need to secure them first. That's our job. We do that part of the deal, we get them, and then we can get the kids safely out of the city. And that then gives us time to deal with
The other thing to potentially consider as well
other things.
is, as Issa said, no one really knows who's running the Oath Keepers here in town. So far,
I don't
Person
think
with
it's your
them.
father.
no, I don't think it is, but he certainly seems to be one of the people with the most power publicly.
But obviously his little club that
You know, my
follows
hours
him
up.
around.
Let me know when my hour's up so I can roll some hit dice.
And you can roll some hit dice and nothing crazy is going to happen anyway.
There's
that you think of. This is Mason.
Oh yeah. Unless halfway through your short rest you decide to tumble out the window.
I mean, we could maybe
Or start
Maybe
playing
before
with
the
lighters
evening
and
we
shit.
wanna-
That then things can go wrong.
Say again.
maybe before the big fight, if you wanted to have your word with him then and we sort something out, maybe we can get you to have your face to face, and that could lead to us finding out more about them. If we were able to
Face to face with who?
Oh, Dad.
I think if you wanted, you could get a face to
I think
face.
may I, for a moment? I don't think you need to fight him. Unless that's something that you really want to do.
Don't
It is-
need to do anything here.
No,
No.
I'm just saying that if you want to, we're behind you, obviously. But if you don't feel like it's worth your time, then we move
So,
on.
Just could be a convenient way to give Issa and Valier the information
I-
they've been missing.
I don't think you understand why I want to run into my dad. I don't think you understand my motivations.
I would.
Do I understand?
Not you.
No, I don't think. I don't even think I do. Not really. I can't understand. I've not been in your situation.
Listen, I'm just trying to think of ideas. That's all.
I want nothing more out of that interaction than my father did.
Then we can help you
And I
achieve
want
that.
to be the one that does it. And I want him to know that I was the one that did it to him. Because of what he made me. That's all I care about. If you get something else out of it in the meantime, that's great. Brilliant. But that's all I want out of my interaction with my father. And wherever that happens, on the street, in the pig pen, in the actual ring, I don't care. But whenever that interaction happens, that's when it goes down. If we run into him in the middle of a store somewhere tomorrow, and he says one word to me, it goes down then.
Mason, I'm not trying to stop you from killing your father. It's the opposite of that. I'm just trying to think of ways that we can work things to our advantage and help the people that we want to help along the way, while murdering your father.
If it means that I don't get to kill him now and we get the kids out, I can do it another time. But my mother won't leave if he's still alive.
That's true.
And I have no inclination either way for your life of your father, but from the sounds of it, the life of your mother would be much better off if she's out, and
If
his
we
position here, the town would be better if he's out. And for you, it would be better if he's.
We can give you that one-on-one. We can make that happen.
Whether it's part of a piece of that, all of this, or separate.
That's something that we can do together.
We would just need to separate him from his...
Posse.
Yes.
And that's most certainly achievable.
it could be that, we take down the people around him and then you punch him until he dies.
I think we should plan for how we're going to save the kids first.
That's true. We will need Roe for that, though.
I think the rest of that part of it I can take care of.
We should either include yours in that plan or separate one.
Whatever plan we think is the best, if it includes me, it includes me. And I'm involved, and I'm all in for being involved.
Do you have any spells free for that? Can you send messages to people today?
Oh yes, I've got a lot in the tank. I got out of there rather early, so... no, yes, I can send. Definitely.
One word to Mason's father.
I mean, I still would be curious to find out why. What was his name? I was distracted with Mason's dad at the time.
Saji the Shamed. Interesting name.
I'd be interested to find out why he fights. Although the Shamed, maybe he's in it for the glory. But
Possibly.
I'm very interested in
I'd be interested
his
to
whole...
why he's, especially if he's staying.
I do have enough spells to have quite the conversation, so I should be able to get in a fair bit if they're feeling chatty.
Do you want me to write something down?
No, it's okay. I think I'll just kind of blather and see if that works out.
Find out if it's the title or the money or whatever.
Or ask him if we can meet.
Yeah. We're also a neutral party. I can definitely do that for you all. In regards to separating your father from his posse, I have some ideas there as well. Ophelia, for one, has the ability to grab onto an individual and travel with them a decent distance, albeit very loudly.
One creature.
Oh,
Willing
it has to be a
creature.
willing creature?
A willing creature.
Thunderstep and Dimension Door and almost all of those spells are.
There is only one way to do it with an unwilling participant, and that was a
To
magical
charm them
godstone.
first, or you have to, or you'd have to
Yeah,
charm
I can't
them.
take
Or-
people
or gate.
unless
Yeah.
they want.
Okay.
Right.
It's about consent.
Just suggestion. Be willing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I just suck all that back in. If you want a very private one-on-one, I can make you invisible at any time, and that can get you into
Since
your
I was
house.
spending a lot of those fights sort of eyeing up his dad and his posse, is there anything I can gain in terms of like ideas of potentially like, do they seem like they were just there as hype and yes men? Would they look like bodyguards and fighters? Like
Was his posse the people that was his posse we saw him with during the day the fighters?
Some of them.
Because you said I recognized all of the people that were with him during
Yep.
the day at the place.
Yep.
So they were the fighters.
Othara was with him.
Othara was with him and the frog.
Yeah.
And the little frog.
Othara was with him and the frog was with him.
The frog was
he
probably.
basically rolls around town
We
with
thought
his
he was
With his-
gnome,
with
remember?
his 4 champions.
We thought he was a
That's
red
right.
gnome. But
Yeah.
the Loxodon was standing off to the side with...
Loxodon's not his man.
I know, I'm saying this.
Yeah, Loxodon was off by himself.
He was off by himself.
Yeah.
I think it would be rather lovely to
And
have
so
a
Blade
chat.
Lizard was with him, Dragonborn, Frog. What was the 4th guy with them?
You don't know who the 4th fighter was, but
It could have been the elf lady.
We saw the 4 of them outside.
Yeah, you
his
saw
house.
the 4th one outside his house. It was you didn't get the best look because he had a hood up.
Yeah.
But yeah, you got what you saw was like a pointed beard.
So definitely not the elf woman then.
You don't know.
Well, she didn't have a beard when I last saw her.
Oh, okay.
We can probably assume that's the 4th fighter.
Sorry, what was the name? The Shamed?
It is
Saji.
Saji. Saji.
Saji the Shape.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start sending to Saji the Shamed. And I will say, greetings, this is Hessel, neutral party. Would love to know
Interesting, what's happening?
if you'd like to have a chat bit of a discussion. Meet us at the second troll this evening. I'll buy you quite the drink.
Meet is where it stops.
Yeah.
It's like meet.
And I'll wait for Saiji's response.
Yeah, you hear it's received.
Yeah.
And then shortly you hear tomorrow, the second troll.
And then you see, Hazel surprise. I was to meet tomorrow at the second troll. I didn't get round to saying the second troll, I think. So,
So he's staying here.
do you think he's here?
Maybe.
You wanna go? Do you want to make an
excuse
inquiry?
me.
Make an inquiry downstairs?
I'm gonna go and sidle up to the counter downstairs.
Before you walk out
Yeah.
the door, I was maybe if he is here and wants to meet tomorrow, shouldn't we just meet tomorrow?
Well, yes, there's been movies here.
It's good to know. I'm going to.
Just in case he wants to kill us in our sleep, you know?
I'm going to draw some energy.
Because I feel like he definitely
from
could.
Silas's wand.
Cool.
To replenish my
Spell
spell.
slot. Sweet. It's good.
Cheers.
Yeah, replenishing that energy from Salus's wand.
Oh.
It's very similar to the.
I'm just like, shit, Hazel, stop doing things willy-nilly.
It's very similar to the feeling that you had when you got the kill with the necromancy spell.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a very it's like you refill energy from it, and it's like,
Vital.
man, that is satisfying.
Oh, good.
Tastes good.
Yeah.
It's like
Building a death addict.
tastes like
After that, Hazel, sitting in this room, is just gonna sheepishly take off
Just watch his eyes dilate.
one shoulder
Yeah, it's like a
and
little
then
bit.
just start working on his arm. I'm gonna start inscribing locate object.
Cool.
From Celery Kern's
Yeah.
book, spell book.
Silari Kern.
Celery Kern. I'm gonna be working on that for
Celery
a
Kern.
while.
Yeah.
I'm curious. I used that clock thing for the first time in the middle of your fight. Curious what that was felt like. What happened?
Remembering back to it.
I know what happened. I'm just trying to figure out how Mason would describe it.
Shit slowed down.
It seemed like everything sort of slowed around me. I don't understand. I didn't know what it did, but it gave me an opportunity to heal up from that stab in my shoulder.
For some reason, I was like, it's on a big fucking chain around my neck, and I was like,
I always see it as the lithometer.
yeah.
It's effectively that, yeah. Or like the innards of the lithometer. It's not the whole
That's how I pictured it, but just briefly in that moment, I was like,
You've just got a fucking big old watch chain around your neck.
yeah.
Is it P. Diddy? Did I say?
Flavor Flav.
Flavor Flav, that's right. That's what I'm thinking of. Flavor Flav, not P. Diddy. Cool.
No, we had a different golden thing around his neck.
Cool. Anything else throughout the night?
I'm going down to the front desk.
You go to the front desk, which is the bar. Was this a tavern? I can't. It's fucking. It's a bar.
tavern.
There is a bar. So you saddle up to the front desk, and you see the man behind the desk. Like at first, you expect a man behind the desk, and you see this tall, long-armed, green-skinned troll. He sort of turns around and goes.
As I'm looking down, I just want to take a quick look just around the bar. If there's a big elephant man down here.
Perception check.
It's an elephant. There's an elephant in the room.
I thought you said reception check.
Yeah, that's what it is.
reception check.
It's you're checking in the book.
Like a 5. So even
There's
if there
nothing.
was an elephant in this room.
There is no elephant.
You're unable to address it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you see this
You're aware of it.
troll in an apron, like a troll in a barkeep's apron, like a big barkeep's apron, and seemingly not wearing anything else. Just like he turns towards
In the
you.
dungeon.
Yeah, he looks towards you and he goes, "What'll it be?"
I feel it's a little bit intimidated.
I was like, this is like a
It's only twice your
this is like,
size.
yeah, it's only a people-sized. It's a people-sized establishment, so he's like big, and he's sort of having to like.
Well, I was wondering if you had some tea available.
Sure. And you see his hand just extend all the way to the end. He like grabs a kettle, which already has some hot, and his other hand extends all the way to the other side to grab a cup, which he puts in front of you, and he starts pouring the tea.
Slide some money over.
Yep. And he's,
Thank you.
Opening a stone door.
I was also just wondering, I heard there was a famous spider staying in this inn tonight. Big elephant man?
haven't seen no elephant men in here.
Okay. Thank you. And I'll
Have a good night.
just go back
He
upstairs.
turns to address another customer.
Right.
Trolls.
Then she turns to address the elephant man that you both missed.
I just like turn around and bonk.
Sorry, sir. Don't look up.
Oh, I'm just like, oh, sorry.
And no, elephant has a hood on, so it's just you can't tell.
The ears are sticking at the front as well.
Yeah.
There's 2 fake trunks. Yeah.
I'll just
It's a really big mind
tea.
flare.
It's good tea.
It's just got green socks on the trunks. Just screen it out afterwards. Post.
I'll go back into the room.
They're like tire blankets on cars. That you just like.
I'll just let the others know that he didn't seem to be here tonight. So.
Well, I tomorrow then.
Interesting maybe staying on this side of town though. Or at least coming this way to meet us.
Or
This is still on the south side.
So?
Wait.
We're still on the south side.
Yes, we are. Sorry, we did.
Yeah.
We got in on the south side. Never mind.
Yeah. Everything's on the
I'm
south
confused
side.
my brain.
South side.
Outside? Anyway.
I'll just drink my tea.
for life.
Drink my tea and then if Hassel
I've
needs
actually
help,
heard someone say that. It's just like,
It's from a TV
That
show.
was a terrible TV
Oh,
show.
is
from-
it?
it's from an
Oh,
old
okay.
TV
I
show.
don't know that.
It's called Brotown.
Alright, okay.
oh.
Okay.
Yeah, it's bad.
Okay. I
Morning
have not
Side
watched it.
Don't do.
Can't believe you've seen something.
It's like
I've seen like
it's
2
like
episodes.
it's like terrible Kiwi South Park.
Yeah, and like
That-
super
that
like
sorta ha-
stereotypical.
yeah.
Yeah, like
That sort of has an appeal.
yeah, like the most stereotypical.
I was never allowed to
portrayal
watch
of-
it.
Anyway,
Anywho.
yeah. If Hessel needs help with doing the tattoos, then I'll help him with that.
That's cool.
I've got 4 hours on this baby, so
Yeah.
it's going to take me a little bit. So if it looks like Mason wants to sleep, I'm going to get out of this room and give some space. But I'm just going to be hanging out in here, just talking.
Sweet. You spend the next 4 hours tattooing away. Cool.
And then after that, I'm quite tired, so I'll probably just kind of let us know if you need anything, and
Well, I'll be here. I just kind of fall back on the bed.
Yeah.
and for real, if you,
Probably would have wanted to go to bed before like
Yeah.
3 a.m.
yeah.
So like go
Yep.
touch yourself in your own room.
Cool.
Yeah.
So you,
Look, if you need to be invisible or anything like that, just let me know, and I can make you small as well with that potion if you want to be small.
Maybe yawn. You with
Or-
your
or-
fake yawn.
Or fire breath as well. Or yeah, I think that's it.
cool.
And I'm gonna go back to the other room and
You do so. And you fall.
and have an amazing, uninterrupted sleep.
Yeah.
That's the attempt.
Yeah.
Run to sleep.
Well, as you sleep, you have the same vision
I
as
do.
before.
Assume no one else wanted to do anything else in the night.
No,
I'm tired. I did like 2 counter spells.
Yeah. Yeah, you have the same vision as the last couple, like,
Yeah.
walking down.
Starting off in the same
Yeah,
place.
starting off the same place, walking through that corridor. Like, the thing that you get this time around, the only thing that's different, like, the dream ends in the same place where, like, the door, like, you unlock the door and thing. The only thing that's different is this time around, your vision isn't locked. Like, you look and you can see.
It's more like lucid dreaming.
When I'm looking, am I like looking through the head?
Yeah.
Like I'm
It's,
kind of like clipping through. Well, not clipping through, but
yeah, like imagine the camera's in the head and you like, so you turn
it's
to
like
look.
the head's fixed this way, but I'm like able to
see
look
an
to the
ear
side.
outside your vision.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's.
Yeah.
What if I turn, like, try to look behind me?
You can't.
Okay,
You're,
kind of gets dark?
you just get to
Your
it.
deck is still the same.
Yeah,
Yes,
you still
yeah,
have like. Yeah.
It's like
Oh, sorry.
when
Okay, I got it now. I can't actually move my
Yeah,
head.
yeah.
Okay, I just thought I was controlling the
no,
eyes.
Weird.
no. You can turn. Yeah, you can like turn. It seems like you can
Right.
turn your neck.
My thought when he can look backwards, but it's just like a ponytail in the middle of his vision.
Yeah. You see anything?
No.
Okay.
His
So
brain.
you can move the dream person's head.
Ah. All right. Yeah.
It is like lucid dreaming.
I want to look down at myself and see if I can. Yeah, just
Yeah.
make out more detail of the body.
Yeah. So as you look down, it's like looking around in a cutscene.
Yeah, right.
It's like it's like you're on rails.
Yeah,
you're still
body's still moving, doing
body's
its
still
own
doing its
thing,
thing.
yeah.
You look down, and you see magisterium robes. Magisterium robes.
I was like,
Reserve
that's
robes.
right.
That's wrong.
Reserve
My
robes.
bad. Different game. Reserve robes. You see the reserve robes.
Is there a name badge?
Yeah, there is the.
Thank you.
Yeah, like it's the one that you saw in Silas's
yes.
Silas's
Izan.
room. Izan.
Zan.
The one I've got in my bag.
How is on?
And was there a last name to that as well?
Nope, it's just Izan.
Izan? Okay,
Yeah.
cool. That's all I need.
It's Izan.
Izan.
And you look around, and like as you're looking down, one of the first.
Caan.
Yeah, as you look down, in like first name badge, and then the next thing that catches your eye is that you can see a reflection on the ground. It's like,
Oh yeah.
yeah,
See the
but like
face.
it's like you're looking down, and it still looks like someone's looking straight forward. The only features that you make out is like it's a sort of a slightly longish nose, and there's like there's like curly black hair that's like about that long. And yeah, so you're walking with purpose, and the hand is Manibus. As you sort of look down towards the hand is Manibus.
Do I recognize any facial details at all?
Because they're still looking forward.
Yeah,
like,
right.
and you're
It's like trying to identify someone from like a
from
photo
like yeah,
down,
exactly.
Yeah. Right. I got you.
Silas was bald.
Yeah.
Alice was bald.
Yes.
This is his own.
Yeah. This is.
Luda.
Did that body have curly hair?
Yeah, did it have curly hair?
It didn't have. It had long. It had like, because you got a waterlogged body,
Balls,
right? So there's a bit of distortion in the features and stuff, but the hair was like long, like shoulder length.
Was it curly?
Yeah.
No,
It's
Like,
just
it was
straight now.
just straight. Note his hair was straight.
Got a good GHD spread.
And like, and you get like you get to the
The younger sister.
you get to the end of the thing, and as the door opens and fade, like it cuts to black effectively, and you hear and in your head you hear, "Do you want to know?"
Of course. Yes.
And that's when you wake up.
I wake up. I immediately like roll over, grab my wand,
Yeah.
and I cast sending, and I cast sending on Azan,
Okay.
and I say, checking in. This is Hassel Tombs. Are you Nota? Are you alive?
Can you imagine?
Please reply. And just And yeah, I imagine Callian being
insanely perceptive, just like
here's a bolt up, grab his wand,
yeah,
just start speaking into it.
yeah, and the message is not received.
Okay, alright.
She's just doing that. Just being like,
Yeah.
Oh,
Morning, hi.
what?
Had a strange dream. So I think get a little bit more sleep. I've got some spell preparation to do.
Cool. You wake up to your morning tai chi? Oh, okay, cool. Sleep through it.
wake up
Yeah,
at my
seven.
usual early morning.
Mason's still asleep
I
at the
will
time.
Sleep.
Um,
When do we say 10 p.m.?
Probably still wake up.
Yep.
Same time.
you're up. You're just skipping the gym for today.
Saj, you said to meet at 10, right? Or 2?
He said tomorrow.
Oh. Okay.
When is tomorrow for an elephant?
Tomorrow never comes.
Sometime today.
Yes.
I guess we have to kind of just wait around.
Tomorrow never dies.
I'm gonna do some spell prep.
You do your spell prep.
For a while, and then I'm going to pull out my brazier, and I'm going to start to go through my process of getting
Summoning Manibus.
Manibus back.
Hey, how is Manibus spelled? Is it Manibus?
Yes,
Okay.
Manibus.
Manibus.
I
Manibus.
thought so.
I'll go downstairs.
Cool.
Sort some breakfast.
So as you go downstairs into the tavern, you see sitting in one of the booths on the far end the familiar face of Saju.
He was probably there last night. And I was just like, boo-boo.
The troll's still serving breakfast. Like, he takes up the entirety of the back of the bar. Like, when he straight reaches out, he can reach everything. But yeah.
Breakfast before.
Coming right up. And then he, you see him do a series of taps on the, wall behind. And then shortly after you see him announce, "Green guy with the horns, breakfast for 4.
Okay, I'll get the breakfast and... Are you the first or the second troll?
I'm the second troll. The first troll was my grandfather.
Oh, family business.
Yes.
What was your father?
He was a deadbeat.
Yeah, he became a lawyer.
No, he just bothers people on the town message board.
A silver.
God fucking hate you.
2 silver.
Total.
2 silver total for the 4 breakfast.
Jeez.
Here's a gold.
Take breakfast up. Take it upstairs.
Go. You take it upstairs.
I'll
Just kind of kick the door.
Yeah.
It smells amazing.
Our guest has arrived.
Oh, that's good. I won't be too much longer with this. And the room's just starting to fill up with this trail of smoke and
You step in and it's just
all
insane.
Out the window, God.
Hansel's just hotboxing in his room.
It's just like, morning, hi. The incense for the Burrow's really good. Issa gave me this stuff.
Yeah.
You're a cut gust away from Essel's face.
It's like red eyes.
That breakfast smells extra good this morning.
Lovely. It's like that. I'm gonna
Yeah.
knock on their door.
Cool. You all have breakfast.
That's not regular smoke.
Cool.
Well, once we've done breakfast, I'll make myself look presentable.
You make yourself look presentable. And head on downstairs. Unless there's anything else.
Do you mind cleaning that blood off the sheets?
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's a feeling of prestidigitation. Yeah. Go away.
Like puddle that was where I was sleeping.
It has to do it like a times.
Healed
Cool.
up enough this morning?
Yeah.
Fine.
There's a pretty nasty scar up the side of your... But yeah.
Calf. Torso.
Torso.
The torso. The fucking one that did 60 points.
Jesus,
of damage.
was 60 points of
The one
damage.
that broke a bunch of ribs and shit.
Yeah.
No, they didn't break, they just kind of fell
Sliced.
I didn't even think of the crit potential of that builder. It's just like, ooh, I can add a lot of dice to my dagger attacks. Just like, ooh. Yeah.
Right.
Anywho, so you eventually the four of you head on downstairs, and yeah, as you get there, you see
I am a little bit later.
I will pop.
three of you arrive downstairs first, and you see the Loxodon sitting in a booth at the end, and he's sipping from the tiniest little, like the cup looks really tiny in his hands. He's
I
just,
will order some tea for the table.
he's just trying to sip tea out of this tiny cup. His trunk keeps getting in the way, and it's just like, it's weird.
Now, does he drink out of the trunk or does he drink out of the mouth?
Just out of the mouth.
See,
Right.
elephant,
The trunk uses, yeah.
elephants usually use it to pick it up to feed them. Does he do that out of the small? Oh, okay, because that would be hilarious. He's like,
He goes to like pick it up and actually turns it upside down. It's like, oh man.
Like an elephant drinking with its trunk is like you pouring tea in your nose.
Yeah, it's a hot beverage. You don't
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah, cold beverages you pour through your nose.
Yeah.
Yes, obviously. I will order some more tea from the table as we're going past.
You order some tea and
And
get
I will
tea,
approach
yeah.
Sasha
Good morning.
here on
Good
friend
morning.
Russell message you last night.
Yes.
Could join in our shop. It's just finishing up some
Rituals.
Sure.
Sure. His attention sort of deviates towards you, Mason, and he says, "You don't fight like the rest of them. You have your honor."
I fight like the old pigpen. I guess I'm a relic.
And so am I. Why do you fight?
In the pigpen or in general?
Let's start with the pig pen.
Because it's part of a plan.
Might I ask what the plan is?
I don't know you well enough for that.
I fight to preserve the old ways. It built character, the pig pen. Now it's run by thieves and brutes.
It was always run by brutes.
Yes.
In a way, the old brutes had a set of laws. These new ones don't. I don't like them.
They just have a different set of laws. They're all horrid. I have no love for the pigpen.
Would you see it reverted to the old ways?
I would see it disbanded if I could. The old ways are a step better.
What about a new way, where
Children didn't have to fight.
they were taught to defend themselves instead
Wait,
of
no.
aimlessly beating each other to a pulp,
Where no one was forced.
where no one was forced?
That does sound much better, doesn't it?
I would be okay with that. As long as the intent was correct.
It is.
Is this your intent?
Me and some associates. These oath keepers.
Bit of an ironic name, isn't it?
I think that's the point. They rub me the wrong way. I grew up in the Burrow. I learnt my craft here. It has its character, but it is still whole.
Have I heard of him before? Do I know of him?
Make
If he's
a...
that much of a regular at the pig pen, like...
He's not a regular... You don't know him from the pig pen. Like, he's never... Like, you've never seen him there.
Yeah.
But, like, it's... roll history. Let's see if you would have come across...
Oh,
Boy, smart boy.
Mason did his studies today.
Holy
Mason is just like, I
power of
from
breakfast.
somewhere.
The power of breakfast.
Mason is big brain, so that's a 19 plus 0 for a 19.
I'll just
You just had a rush of memory. You're like, oh fuck.
The runes, so like looking at him and the white tattoos that he's got, they're mesmerizing. Like, they have this unnatural flow to them where, like, they've got this flow to them where it's like, even though it's not doing that weird shifty thing, like, looking at it long enough and you're mesmerized. But then you clock the rune that this entire tattoo on his face is based off of, and that triggers a memory. There were a couple of there were a couple of fighters in the pig pen that fought long ago. Like, this isn't a like recent thing, but a long time ago when you were still being forced to fight in there.
Yeah.
There were these two fighters, twins, that came to fight, and they had radical ideas for the whole thing. Like, they were well trained. Like, you never went up against them because they were a bit older, and your dad didn't want, like, they weren't taking, like, it wasn't a case where they were throwing fights to or, like, you know, they weren't taking money to throw fights, that sort of thing. If they fought through the pig pen clean. Like, they actually fought to win.
Yeah.
And until one of them was killed, like, murdered. And then the other guy never showed up. But both of them wore like a gi, almost like your karate gear. And it had the rune that's on this guy's trunk.
Were they Oxnons or?
No, they were human. They're human boys.
Tall, pointy hair.
Was it? I get it.
Took a minute there.
Yeah, they were like for the short stint that they ran in the pig pen, there was like this. There were like murmurs of the winds of change, and the pig pen's not going to be the same as it once was. The people who are making money off of it don't like it. That sort of shit.
Yeah.
That sort of shit. But like, clearly these fighters had some sort of an influence, but nobody knew who or what the influence was.
But they were bad for business.
That explains the murder.
Look, I'm not here. I'm not back in town to reform the pig pen. That's not why I'm here.
And why are you here?
Business brought me home. And then I sort of look at the others in like a way of like, do we trust him? Do we think that we trust him enough
check.
to tell him like an amount of our plan?
Oh, yeah, this is fine.
Like,
My passive insight's a 14, but I rolled lower than that. 9.
He's hard to read. The facial features are a bit weird, so you can't. There's no tell.
I'm sort of nod towards Mason.
we have an amount of responsibility over some of the children that are being forced to fight in the pig pen currently.
You see, he fishes into his clothes and draws out a tiny little, or what looks tiny little, in his hand, magpie.
Exactly.
Yes.
I too have a semblance of an investment in these little ones.
Do you know Issa?
I know of him.
A good friend of ours, she's actually here somewhere, was part of bringing them together initially. And to come home and find that this is happening is distressing for everyone.
They attempted to steal from the Oath Keepers. One of their own was captured. No, she was the one who attempted to steal. And she got caught. Since then, more and more of her little troop walk into the trap willingly. I hope that by showing that I can fight without their tricks, I can have an impact.
See.
I have created an air of... He rolls his eyes and he's like, theatrics and mysticism around my reason for fighting. Though that makes me an unknown quantity, which they don't like. Should I win, I might be approached, and if I can find who runs the show, and you see him sort of just like, you see that little ember glow start to like just briefly flash through his tusks.
It seems we may have some
Common
aligning
goals.
goals.
It is the situation in the Burrow is delicate.
Yes.
While I wish to reform a place that taught me a lot about who I am, I wish to not make the Burrow collateral damage.
It'd be nice if it could be avoided.
We were hoping to get these kids, as well as somebody else, out of the burrow to avoid any collateral
You would
damage.
rip children such as them out of their home?
No, it was
Not
more.
without giving them a better one to go to.
It was more that, as you said, it's a delicate balance right now, and if it all, then we didn't want them to be here while that happens.
If things go sideways, I presume there will be consequences outside the Burrow too.
Sure.
How do you know that wherever you're taking them is safe?
We have people we can trust outside of the city.
I suppose in the end is only so much we can
Right now,
assume.
we know that the Burrow is going to devolve into a war of some kind between two factions.
And the position,
When is the question?
It might not.
the position held in the pen at the very least is not.
Both parties involved are led by seemingly very smart individuals.
Yes.
While it does seem like a war is bubbling, it could be quelled with one swift strike.
On which side?
Either. I don't know either of the men that head both these factions, but I presume they're both incredibly smart. Either way, my loyalties lie with
The pen.
the pen.
Hey, you guys found the guy.
Welcome, Hessel.
Morning. How did you know?
I believe you said his name.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just like, how did you know I was Hessel?
I have a pretty good memory, and your voice is soothing.
Oh.
You're the first one to say that.
I like you. On Hessel's shoulder is sitting a rather spooky-looking barn owl.
A foot.
And there's not a foot. Just like sitting up here, this big dish face, just like dark eyes, and I imagine probably that dish face is all kind of like the markings and the tattoos and the third eye between them. Yeah.
Elvis stopped.
Bird's back. That incense hit different this morning.
That was very strong.
I can smell it on you.
Are you gonna eat the rest of that?
He slides it over to you.
That's a teacup, Hessel.
Just starts eating the tea leaves.
That's just a candle that's keeping the tea warm.
Yeah, it's a tea candle.
No.
Hessel, that's potpourri.
You don't tell me class. I'm like, it's really crunchy.
These chips taste awful.
He's gonna be crunching
We
late.
had breakfast.
Just appetite's wild this morning.
Lost that train of thought.
Anyways, Pigpen, etc.
What is your plan for getting in front of the man in charge of the pig pen?
Make sure I, or a known quantity to me, wins.
We're running on short time, unfortunately.
I'm sure if you need to get these people out of town, you'd want a distraction.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Yeah.
That was the plan.
it was. Yes.
So, I'm not sure if you have made the connection or not, but the man whose keeper is of your competitor last night is my father.
Now that you mention it, there is a resemblance. You're
Only
both
little-
green.
Little tiny.
I have no care for him at all. However, the other person we are trying to get out of the burrow is my mother. She is afraid if she leaves. We want to get her out for the same reason as the children. She is afraid if she leaves that he will hunt her down and find her wherever she goes.
I doubt that man does any of his own hunting.
No, but he seems to have found a whole bunch more people that, for some reason, give him the time of day than I have previously known him to keep around him.
I don't know much about him, but the man that doesn't fight is the one you want to keep an eye out on. Faustus Void.
Ooh, what a name.
Hooded one with a long beard.
Why is that?
He's quite the shot and very observant. A man like that scares me more than anyone in the ring could.
Which also makes me wonder. I get the impression that they're not the kind of people that would give you the chance to win that championship match.
They want one of their own, probably.
I think that you have a better chance of winning than I do.
I doubt that. You are. If I have their attention, you don't, and you are a capable fighter.
What are you thinking?
I keep their attention, and they put their resources towards me, meaning you just have to deal with whatever else comes your way. If I am unable to make it to the final bout, which I doubt I will be able to, you take my place. Find the man that runs the show, and I can deal with the rest. I simply need a name and a description. If you are able to get me a little bit of his blood, then nothing like it.
Can I also do a sweep of the bar wall?
Roll perception.
Oh. 15.
What is your plan? What are you planning on doing?
Simply to have a conversation with the man.
I meant to get there. Before that, this distraction you're saying, you'll take their resources, their attention. What are you planning on doing?
Fighting.
What I do well. Fight in the ring and be a force to be reckoned with. And with that, they spent no resources yesterday, for it was an exhibition.
Were you holding back then?
Both of us were. It was a spectacle.
And you were supposed to know.
See, yesterday I wasn't holding back. I
Yes,
was beaten.
yes, by a slimy little toad. Maybe if you had some tricks up your own sleeve, and you see him drop what looks to be a coin in front of you. As you look down at it, it is a gold coin about that big, and it's inscribed with the rune. Not the one that's on his trunk. But as you look at it, there's a flash of orange across this golden medallion that he's given you, and it sort of resembles that flash that goes through his tusks.
This could come in handy.
Just to give you an idea, once you've
Attuned to it.
you kind of attune to it.
I'll guess I'll just pick it up.
Mm-hmm.
And
As you pick it up and sort of hold in your hand, there's this you see an orange sheen sort of go over your hand, and those burn scars, they sort of flash a little bit.
my whole body's fucking glowing.
Yeah, it's just like it's kind of like that effect in Dark Souls 3 when you have
that.
Whistler's sound is a spontaneous combustion. This is how Mason gets it.
We always said, and this was,
To give you an idea, while carrying an object that is inscribed with this rune, your proficiency bonus is doubled for any ability check you make using your proficiency with a tool. So your carpenter's tool proficiency will.
you can carve them to death.
Hold on, not done. In addition, when you hit a creature with an attack using a weapon, I'm saying your fists are weapons, you can invoke the rune to summon fiery shackles. The target takes an extra 2d6 fire damage and must succeed on a strength saving throw. DC is... I will tell you DC shortly.
Dexterity based.
Constitution, so 8 plus proficiency plus con is the DC.
But it'll be the Loxodon's armor. Since he's the...
Yes, it will be. So it's a DC 15 then.
Okay.
So DC 15, succeed on a strength saving throw, DC 15, will be restrained for a minute. While restrained by the shackles, the target takes 2d6 fire damage at the start of each of its turns. The target can repeat this saving throw at the end of each of its turn, banishing the shackle on success. Once you invoke the rune, you can't do so unless you finish a short or long rest.
Thank you. Alright, I think I could do that. Do you know who I'll be fighting today? I still need to make my way to the final.
That depends on who you've been pitted against by whoever's matchmaking for you.
Broody.
I'm willing to bet it's the guy with the axe tail.
Oh, right, the alligator.
Killer Croc.
Didn't have a name for him.
He's quite reckless. You'll
Just buff alligator man with axe tail. In brackets mean.
I'm concerned that they might pair us against each other, seeing as we're both unknown quantities. Only one can make it to the end that way.
Then I shall throw the fight. Unless you'd rather actually fight. I'm up for a challenge.
He thinks that I'll be a challenge. Yikes. He is old. And senile.
Hey, elephants! You live a long time.
Me too. Yeah. You remembered my voice.
Okay. I think we can work that. I'm still unsure of how we're planning on getting the kids out.
Well, I'm hoping to do a little bit of tracking during the day today. I've got my locket on one of the castery folks from last night, hoping that they at least reside in the same place, or I might be able to get some info.
I might be able to go in ahead of time to give a token, if you wish, to one of the magpies.
But yes, we are. We don't know that. That's still an unknown quantity for what we would do on Friday.
That is on you.
I think if we have a location, that's a good start.
Yeah.
Do we know the location for Friday's fight?
Not yet.
I mean, I think like
I suspect the Grey Jewel.
Distractions and stuff like that, that's kind of our forte, you know, all we have to do is exist, and something goes wrong and it draws lots of attention, and
Then something's on fire.
Isn't the Great Jewel on the north side?
That was the one where you had the first.
That's where we met Issa as well.
yeah, it's
I take it.
it's good luck, man.
Just to jump back, take it 15. I didn't notice anybody paying particular attention. I think if something big does happen on Friday, the children that were there, they weren't. You guys got a better look around than I did. They weren't physically held there. They were just all under constant guard.
Yes.
Those guards are not watching the kids. That alone is a big boon for them. But
Yes, I think the ideal would be having them all in one area so that we can get them all out at once, so that we don't have any stragglers, no one left behind.
There's at least 7 there.
Right.
plus
That's more.
I'm happy to have a walk around the town and see if I can find where this locket's gone to.
names are just dropping out of my brain today.
Kelly?
Kelly, yeah.
Was it Kelly?
Keely.
Keely.
I was close enough.
I had Kiri and I'm like, no.
Close.
Close.
Thanks for the leftovers, by the way.
Did you just eat an entire bowl of tea leaves?
I thought it was a salad.
Including the bowl. That's impressive.
It wasn't edible. I thought it was a sugar bowl. You know, the ones that they make out of sugar?
This isn't football.
Porcelain.
Anyway,
You might need a healer for him.
he'll be fine.
It's okay, I'll just get us something strong. Helps
Oh, it's gonna be wearing off.
It is
How many days was it?
Like 4.
4 days.
Yeah. I'll go up to the bar and I will order something strong.
You get something strong.
Saturday.
Yeah, he's got some time.
It just burns and like
Wash down the tea leaves.
it's like all of the burn and the taste of whiskey, but no like actual kick.
None of that warmth that follows.
All right. I head back
I
over
really
towards
hope
the
it
table.
all comes in at once.
He's just walking about and then just
Not the
Alcohol
alcohol, just, not the
poisoning.
alcohol, just the drunkenness.
Yeah.
Like none of the poisoning, just all the effects
Because
of it.
you're peeing out the alcohol.
Oh no,
and
it's coming
everything.
straight out. Yeah.
So you don't have
It's
to
not
worry
being
about
processed.
that.
Yeah.
Just
But-
straight out. Just drinks and
You just get 4 liters of whiskey drunk all at one go.
Well, if you're like, if we've explored our possibilities here, I'm happy to take a step outside and see if I can cast this spell correctly.
Thank you for meeting us.
thank you
Shall
for
see you later on tonight. Do you know where tonight's event is? Same place?
same place. It's not as much of a secret as it used to be.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, your tattoos, the runes, is this something that you created, or is it something that you've always had?
It is my craft.
Right. I'm just interested in runes in general. That's your question.
Cool.
It's your chance.
I kind of give the.
He's getting antsy because he starts playing with his wand.
His was kind of like waiting, like at the edge. He's just like, good to see you. Thanks for popping along.
You see, Sarju looks up at the trollman, like raises his trunk, and the trollman just like nods and reaches for like the kettle tea, and then just wanders out from behind the bar, just and pours another cup of tea.
We'll get up and leave. I'll stand up.
Is there anything that I can do? I could go and try and find one of the kids and give them a token.
Could you just track the magpies?
Huh? Oh, the magpies. Yes, well, I'm kind of hoping it's one and the same. If we can find out where this individual is, it might be where the magpies is. Ideally, we won't separate.
Pendants.
There's so many of
They
them.
do. Oh no, I've seen them. I can track those as well. As long as I've seen it within 30 feet, and I did see quite a few.
Yeah,
last
the
night.
one boy that we saw who stumbled in front
You
of us.
saw.
I saw.
Deactivate specific.
It's locate
I have
object, so
to-
I'm
I
assuming
have to-
specific
I have to
objects.
see it. I have to have seen the object within 30 feet of it.
To locate a specific one.
Yeah.
Whereas
But not
everything
just-
else.
Oh no, I can locate
If it's unfamiliar, it just shows you the nearest.
the nearest. So I could find the nearest.
They just keep on doing that?
Well, I have limited spell slots, but either
How long
I
does it last?
10 minutes, so I've got to run fast to try and find it.
Mason, you can just under Hessel's arms and just run across town.
I could drink that little potion, shrink myself down to be tiny. I could be tiny Hessel on your shoulder.
This
Directing you.
seems overly complicated. We are walking away from
Yeah,
the left side.
that's
Said our goodbyes.
If you could, some point today, could you send to Issa and let him know that the pig pen will be at the Grey Jewel this Friday?
I'll do that.
I'm slightly concerned of it being over the other side of the river with such a heavy presence of the Oath Keepers.
Yeah. That's
I will find I'll either go up to the room or find a secluded place where I can contact Issa and give
Yep,
them just
that's cool.
We did have forged documents to cross last time, right?
You do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You still have them.
Still have you.
That row. Worked on, right?
No,
Yeah.
it was,
Oh, he's at
It was Torpa.
Torpa, that's right,
Rycon
Torpa.
forged us some
Yes.
passports.
Yes, that's right.
So yeah, I'll send that to Issa, just saying that the Grey Jewel is the location of the
Cool.
final countdown.
Once we get outside,
I meant to say showdown, but my brain was like, no.
once we get outside, I'll say, right, so I can do this locket of this caster, or, well, I can do both, but...
Let's start with the locket.
Resources. Okay, right, locket. Okay, I start to focus, and it only takes me 6 seconds, but yeah, just focus, and then I kind of point my wand out, and if the locket is within 1,000 feet of me, for up to 10 minutes, I'm going to be able to tell its direction, it's moving where it is effectively.
Yeah.
So the idea will be, if I get a direction, I'm just going to start trying to run in that direction as fast as I can. To see if I can track this thing.
You get a ping. It's towards the river. Very edge of your at the very edge of your 1,000-foot radius.
Okay, I'm gonna start sprinting as fast as I can in that direction. As soon as I get it, I just say I've got something, and I'm gonna start going in that direction as fast as I can. I'm gonna try to use the I'm gonna try and not go on the main roads. I'm gonna try and go through the alleys.
And you use a wand as a yes, you have, and
as a dowsing rod.
It's like a dowsing rod. And you run through these alleyways, Mason, and the rest of the gang following behind.
Can I tell if it's in motion at the moment?
It's not.
Okay.
And then like as you get about halfway there, it starts moving.
Okay. I do kind of let everyone know that I'm like it's moving now.
Yeah, and you sort of you navigate the train, and you feel it's getting closer, and you duck into some of these alleyways and start to run through. And like so at one point you get to a stage where it's like you get behind a building, and the dowsing rod is basically pointing through the building.
Yeah.
And it's like about 60 feet that way, like through the building. But you look at the building and you're like, building's not that big. It's on the other side.
On the other side of the building.
Yeah. You run.
And like as we kind of get towards the corner, I'll say, I think just around here.
Yep.
Just to.
Yep. And you get around, and what are you doing? So you get round, and this thing stopped moving wherever it's in. So you get to the you're in an alleyway.
Yeah.
You come out onto the main road.
Yeah. I'm just gonna start to try.
Rush up, and then this
Slowing down.
Yeah. This dowsing rod is basically pointing you into this next alley as you turn in.
Yeah. Here. And I've just kind of got it like down at the stage. I'm just trying to like.
You're leading the party. So you're in front of the party.
Yes.
So the rest of you are behind.
Yeah.
Cool. You're at the corner of the alleyway. It's still pointing in there. This thing stopped moving.
Yeah. Like I'm looking into like.
Oh, do you look straight into the alleyway now?
Oh yeah.
I thought you were against the cliff.
I'd wait, but like at that point, like I would just kind of like walk out, like I'm just like try to walk out, like I'm just strolling.
Yeah, you walk out and you see someone at the end of the alleyway. It's a child. Are you getting closer?
I'm just looking at the child from where I am.
The child is rummaging through some, like, through what looks to be like trash. Yeah. And then the child, you see them perk up, turn back, and it's Spud. He's got like 2 potatoes in he's got like 2 potatoes in their hand.
Right.
And like he waves one potato at you.
It's a she.
Oh, sorry. She waves a potato at you. I couldn't remember. I was like, it's 50-50.
They're out like the young child of indeterminate gender because they're just like got like choppy hair and like in rags kind of thing. And you're like,
yeah, like it's the overgrown clothes that like they don't need pants because just it's an overlarge t-shirt that goes all the way to the ground. Like they wave a potato at you.
I suppose they didn't value silver very much.
Spud, how's it going?
Kind of walk on over.
Why?
Did you happen to take a locket from somebody?
It's okay. You can be honest. You
Someone give you a locket.
trust us.
Huh.
Are you sure about that?
Why are you lying to us?
She looks at Mason and she's just like,
Mason, right now, it's fine. I'll kind of like crouch down and I'm just like,
I won't get some no questions.
just like, who sent you? I'll just like crouch and kind of try not to get my skirts in the muck.
Perfect. Good cop, bad cop.
Yeah.
Guys.
We're tracking
cops.
somebody. We need your help. They have a locket. It's got mud in it.
You can keep that. That's yours.
It's fine.
Where did you find that, or did you take that from someone?
She points to the trash.
You found it in the trash.
It was moving, so they just threw it out just recently.
When did you find it? Just now? This morning? I didn't believe it last night.
I'm gonna like get out of this alleyway.
Yep.
Let's go this way.
I'm gonna go
It's
to
like-
the.
Skips along behind you.
I'm gonna go to the.
Like, into a potato.
Are there like stalls and stuff around? Like food
You
stalls?
can find food if you wanted to.
I'm gonna get them something that's not a fucking potato.
It's not out of necessity; it's out of desire.
Yeah, I know, but
You get him food
Give him
and
a cooked potato.
yeah, like, what do you get him?
just like some like hot bread and butter.
Potato.
He looks at the butter and he looks at the bread and he's just like, he grabs it, pockets it, and just like bites into the potato.
All right, sure.
Oh, I think you said bites into the butter.
Stick of butter.
I was thinking just like peasant fare of like potato and cheese kind of thing, you know? Not potato. Fuck.
Yeah, bread and
Bread and
cheese.
cheese.
Nah.
I wasn't even going that far. I was literally going out of the alleyway to the building that we were, that the trash was of.
Yeah.
I
Is
wanted
this,
to just get Spud out of the alley.
Yeah. What is this building?
it's a house.
Can I look around, see if there's any maybe marks notched on a door frame or a windowsill tucked away anywhere?
Yeah, make a perception check or an investigation check.
No.
I do say to the others,
Bad dice.
if I was trying to track one of the small carvings, it probably would have led me here anyway.
Yeah.
Because of Spud. So
I'm gonna go to the front door
that's a bust.
and I'm gonna knock on the door.
You knock on the door. A couple seconds later, the door opens and like this older gentleman, balding, and is just in clothes. Opens the door. He's like, "Can I help you?"
Oh, sorry. I think I've got the wrong place. I was looking for someone else.
Okay.
My apologies.
Just as it's about to close, like Hiss will run up, like, oh, sorry, does anybody live here that has I try to describe the person from the night before.
Because you took perfect like.
I was like slight limp eye and like eyebrow slightly raised, fluorescent green hair. I'm not sure, but
The guy with
He
the
memorized
the-
the dude's face.
no. What's it to?
Just a
I want an insight check that.
friend of mine. He lost his platinum coin, misplaced it. Favorite one, family heirloom. I think.
Right.
It's not real though. I
don't-
think
I don't believe.
Make an inside check.
I do take out a platinum coin.
24.
Wow.
This man's hiding something.
It's just if I found him, I could give him back his platinum coin. It's a shame.
Yeah, it is a shame.
All right.
If you're a friend, if I see him, I'll let him know.
I put my foot in the doorway.
Well,
As he goes to shut up. Sorry. One more thing.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna push through him into the building.
Yeah, roll opposed athletics.
The thing that he's actually hiding is that this is a serial killer.
Seeing this happening
So
kind of off
are
to the
we.
side,
Yeah,
I'm just like, you should go back to the safe house. Okay, bye.
Seeing Mason like push in, I'm just gonna kind of look at the others and was like, kerfuffle, raisins.
I've told Spud to go back to the safe house. Go. Quickly.
And I'll shuffle in as well.
And I'll follow these guys.
Spud just skips off.
Did you roll well?
I rolled a 16.
21.
Yeah. You push past, and this man just boom, hits the ground. He's like, "Hey, you're trespassing, man."
Yes, I am.
Close the door.
Yes.
What do we?
He starts to skid backwards on the floor and
Why are we
gets up.
I'm just gonna, as he's skidding backwards, I'm just going to keep pace with him.
Yep.
It's alright, we just need to ask some questions, that's all.
I've done this sort of thing before. Hessel asked about the individual that we're looking for, and this man is hiding something.
Hey, man, I've got nothing to hide. I'm just at home. You're the one trespassing.
The way that he glanced, can I look that way?
Yeah, make a perception check.
I just kind of go, I just look around. Ooh, that's not great. 9.
9. Yeah, you look back there. It's the rest of this house, and there's a door that seemingly goes up.
It's alright, you don't have to shout. We can all hear you quite well, in fact.
I was gonna use suggestion next.
Callie,
so.
nice, that's good. Good one. You charming bastard, you.
He fails.
That is fantastic.
Cool. Okay.
Listen, we're all friends here.
He's doing something.
Yeah, we're friends here.
We're just looking for another friend. Anything you can do to help would be fantastic.
Yeah. You're looking for my son.
Oh,
Yeah, he's upstairs.
Thank you so much.
From there, I'll reach down and give him a hand up.
Yeah, he stands up.
And I will then turn around and I will go upstairs.
I will follow Mason. I'm just like,
You follow Mason up
just
the
a
stairs.
misunderstanding. We see eye to eye.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's fine. Just friends of my son.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's us.
exactly.
Platinum piece.
Yeah, you should return that platinum piece to him.
I will.
I'm sure he'll miss it. Yeah, and you go up the stairs, and there's a like as you get up the stairs on the landing, there's like a door in front and a door on the right, and you go into the door on the right because the one in front of you is open and it's an empty bedroom.
Before you go in there, do you want to wear a crown? Made of finger bones? Or is that like the wrong tact?
I'll leave that aesthetic to you.
Sure. I'll just stand in the background. I take the crown of the withering one and I just kind of place it on. Pull my hood down. And I just try and like stand behind Mason. I am smaller, a lot smaller, but I'll just kind of be quiet there.
I will.
I might be able to persuade this guy if we can grab him.
I will knock on the door.
You knock on the door and there's no response.
I open the door.
It is locked.
Not in a minute, it won't be.
I kick the door.
Yep. Make a attack roll.
Now, was there a window on the side of this house?
You don't know?
Oh, dude. He obliterates that door.
That's right.
Boom! That's right. Net 20.
You
We're about to find out.
slam, like you kick right spot, and the door just like the lock doesn't break, but the groove that it goes into just boom obliterates the other.
That's usually how they break.
Yeah.
That's usually how doors break open.
I had this image in my head immediately of the nat 20 of he kicks it, and the door and the lock just stay there. And we're like, huh? And then the frame falls off. The wall falls.
Yeah, the door stays up, the wall falls down.
You kick it open, and you see the guy that you gave the locker to. You see him like jimmying the window to try and get it open. And as he sees you, he starts like going faster.
We're like
I
behind.
do a thing that my thing is closed in the thing.
How big is the room?
It's, I'll say, 10 by 10.
Oh, that's
It's a tiny room.
I like.
You just do 2 steps.
I was gonna say I was contemplating casting a spell, but
I wander over, but like looking like I'm walking really slowly, but it really wasn't.
you cover some.
Yeah,
Cover some
Boom, boom.
that's where we're going to roll initiative and take our next break. Starting off, Hessel, you're right outside of this room. You see Mason's just stepped in and closed the distance.
Fingerbone crown on.
Yep, your fingerbone crown is on.
I'm not going to take any chances. I know he's right by Mason, but I don't want him to pull any whizzy tricks. So I'm going to whip out my wand real fast, like.
Not here.
And I'm going to cast Hold Person.
Nice. Cool. So he is going to roll.
He's going to attempt to make a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, cool.
It's a fail.
9.
9. That fails. How does it feel?
Yep, he is held.
You're not going anywhere.
Mason. That's probably gonna end initiative right there.
Yeah.
He's held.
That was my initial plan. I was just like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, we'll see. I'll just kind of, I'll leave him.
He's held for a minute.
Yeah, I'll leave him held there for a little bit there.
Yeah. You can do what you want.
Just
I wasn't here to kill him. I don't know. Well,
I
wasn't the one chasing this guy. I don't care.
Yeah.
I just pushed into the house.
maybe we should close the slightly broken door behind us.
Close the door.
Yep.
Push the door.
It's all good up here, just someone fell.
Cool.
I think we clock and just kind of go.
Yeah. The doors.
I just take like some of the splinters and wedge them under the door so that it kind of stays shut.
Well, I'll just stand against the door.
Just
You
leaning
stand,
against.
you stand against the door, and Hazel, you're facing the same guy. That's sort of a hooked nose, his hair's combed to the side, human man. Like when you saw him last night, he looked a bit older, but now that you're looking at him, he's probably like late teens, early 20s. Probably it's not much older than you, around about your age, maybe.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Definitely not seen shit like we have.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
So I'm just kind of like go over towards him.
There's being a teenager, and then there's being a teenager who's seen some shit.
With the crown on, and I'll kind of like brush my hair aside. Hi, I was hoping we could have a little bit of a conversation. I will let you speak in a moment. We're all friends here, and I would like for this conversation to go calmly, peacefully. There's no reason for it to get, well,
Messy?
messy. Yes.
Escalated.
This has got a few tricks. I kind of just like along the finger bones.
Quickly
with my
back.
wand.
As you do, the fingers just like straight.
Yeah, they do. And as you like do that with the wand,
Yeah.
like, as the wand contacts the thing, there's just like,
And even his was just like. Right, so I'm gonna let you go now, and we can just have a conversation. Sit down.
cool.
And I in the spell.
Yep, you're in the spell, and he. I don't know what you want, man. I was just making sure my guy won.
Right, your guy. So he's a fighter at the pig pen.
Yeah.
And
get to
who's
working?
your boss? Yeah.
I don't work for him. I bet money on him. I lost a fuck ton of money thanks to you guys.
Ah, okay.
So just
you're just a
I-
crowd member.
I frequent the pig pen. It's a great way to make money.
Of course it is. Of course, it's a great way to make money.
what do you know about their new leadership then?
Fuck all.
Hey, no, you're.
It's still a great place to make money. If anything, I made some more. Well, before I lost it, thanks to you guys.
How long?
You shouldn't have won that
Stand
fight. Make a wisdom save. The vicious mockery.
If I can see him casting a spell.
It's just he's speaking,
Oh,
and
okay,
the
okay.
insult is the spell.
It's not very good. That's a 8.
Ouchie.
You take 1 point of psychic damage.
It's like a sting.
Yeah, his words just sting.
I'll identify that because he's done that. I'll walk up from the door.
Make an attack
Just
roll.
across the face.
Make an attack roll.
That's vicious.
That's a 21.
That'll hit. Deal some damage.
I'm gonna fucking kill this dude.
He can take a hit, I'm sure. 1.
That is 7 points of damage.
Yeah. You smack him, and then, like, as soon as you hit him, he just he collapses onto his bed. You hear the bed just sort of like creak and almost like splinter a little bit, and he stands up. He's like, "Oh, my nose! Fuck!" And like it's just
I'll go back over
Just
and stand
like-
by the door.
blood.
Honestly, I've seen him do that before, and people generally don't have a nose afterwards, so you're pretty lucky.
Yeah, fine. Fuck. What do you want? Oh,
How long have you been going to the pig pen for?
I don't know, man. Since I was 15, 16. Oh,
Right, so you've been around long enough
yeah.
to know that that guy over there, he's got a few tricks up his sleeve, and
Oh, you point him
maybe
at
name calling. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
tell the truth, man.
Hold the bridge of your nose.
Ow.
Okay, maybe
Ah,
don't. Maybe don't.
Fuck.
Who's the most?
He reaches into his and pulls out a handkerchief and just starts.
Who has the most power within that pig pen? Who's that you know of?
The green guy. He seems like a pretty big deal. He's there a lot. He's always surrounded by the best fighters. Jeez.
He's got to talk to other people, though, right? Surely.
I don't pay too much attention to him, man. Like I said, I'm there for the money, and he has good fighters. That's all I know, and he's yeah.
So you bet on him.
I bet on his
Oh,
fighters.
that's right.
Do you know of anyone that might know more?
You've been there long enough, I'm sure you've seen something. If you could think really hard, and I feel like this is one of those scenarios where you really do want to think.
There's this guy that doesn't fight. Cap, black cap, pointed beard, has a whole heap of metallic cylinders around his.
Does he wear a cloak most of the time?
Yeah.
Faustus?
Faustus.
I don't know his name.
Black, as you said, he has cylinders.
Yeah, long metallic cylinders just strapped to the side, on his belt or something.
Cylinders.
What about him?
He's the one other guy that the green guy talks to quite a bit. They always come and go together.
What a cool.
Man, it doesn't. It's not stopping. The fucking.
It will eventually. Don't you worry about that.
If you let, I'll reach out.
Yeah.
If he doesn't flinch away, I'll just put 3 points of lay on hand
Yeah.
into his nose.
You hear the nose just the back. Oh fuck! Oh, that's actually not bad.
Prestidigitation.
Oh, thank you. Wow, it's gonna be sore for a while. Jeez, how do I look?
Well, okay.
About the same. So she.
Looks like you've been in a fight. Probably, I'd imagine a good thing in here.
Yeah, pretty cool. I'll take it. Alright.
Right.
Anything else
Faustus
I can do?
Void.
What's your
Sure.
name?
Vodorf.
Alright.
Vodorf.
That nose really did him a favor then.
Yeah.
Do you have any other friends there? In this,
The other ones who were working or casting last night.
They're probably. I don't know them personally. They I've seen them around.
They're just people invested in the fight.
Yeah, you get a lot of them. people invest in the fight as long as you know, as long as you don't get called out. He like glares at you two.
You can't talk.
Oh,
He never saw
yeah,
us
but
cast. Well, he did kind of.
yeah, no,
we called him
you
out.
called him
We
out.
called him out, yeah.
Well, thank you for your information.
Don't think I had a choice.
Not really, no.
Yeah,
No. Maybe be careful who you call out next time.
yeah, got
And
it.
also, what's wrong with the bloody locket? Why'd you throw it away?
I didn't. I still have it.
Oh, shit.
And he's like, he goes through the. Huh. And he like reaches to his thing and like, huh. Must have lost it.
Like I
Sorry.
said,
What else is in that drawer?
good luck.
It, like you know, it's just a like there's you can see a few coins in there, some bits of paper. It's like yeah, that's about it.
Was he wearing a green cloak yesterday?
I think he's just someone who has.
Some guy.
Just some guy who's taking advantage of a situation.
Yeah, that's it. He's there to make money.
Right, well, say hi to your dad for us.
Sure. Do you know it?
We're good friends.
Okay.
And, well, stay.
Wait a minute.
Thank you for the information, and I grab a
That's fine.
can, slap a gold piece in
He's
it.
got another 40 minutes.
Oh, does it? Oh, it's an hour. Never mind then.
Another minute. Yeah, the dad down the bottom.
I thought it was like a minute. I was like,
second.
nah,
It's
it's an
like,
hour.
wait a minute. Oh, right.
Yeah, never
Everything's
mind.
still going.
Yeah, no.
Wait a minute.
This
Go
one.
get my bowl of tea leaves.
Yeah.
I had some plastic bowl with flowers in the space.
Anyway, never mind then.
Cool.
We'll be on our way. I'm sure you can magic up a way to fix that door.
Not really. Can you?
I don't want to get
I'll hand
called
him a
out.
gold coin.
That'll do it.
I'll take the crown off, put it back in the bag.
That's creepy, dude.
It's very creepy.
But the aesthetic, though, you know?
You don't know the half of it.
Did the job, I guess.
Um,
We will leave you to it.
Yeah,
And,
thanks.
Don't get any ideas. What we've said in this room stays in this room. It's best that way.
Sure.
And at that point, I'll open the door and hold it for everyone to go out. And I just sort of I stare him down as we do.
Like he almost like gets smaller and smaller.
And in my right hand, like without him, like not showing it, I have the coin. And I just sort of squeeze it so that the red sort of runs up the burn scars on
Yeah,
that
it's like-
arm there, and then down the other one there.
As we are leaving
Yeah.
the room, I will kind of just, before Mason does his little show there of intimidation, I will just say, maybe we bet on somebody else next time.
Sure. Intimidation
And I
flash.
leave.
And you leave. Yep. Yeah.
It is actually a racial thing that I have called menacing. Just by blood,
Yeah.
I am proficient in intimidation.
I believe that's called racism.
Yep.
I'm gonna make my way back downstairs into the kitchen and
Oh, wait,
just.
downstairs.
You make your way downstairs, and
Yeah.
and this guy's dad's still down there. He's like, "See ya."
Thanks again.
Lovely.
Sure.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Cool.
Just make our way outside.
Yeah, you do. And it's just
55 minutes later.
like, wait a minute.
That kid is good. Spud. I guess. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, okay. That was
Interesting.
an interesting morning venture.
We probably should have seen that coming, honestly. But
I guess it's good to know that there are other people out there. Suppose
Like-
if we could.
Learning more about how the
Think about it.
people work.
Yeah.
Pretty boy, young kid walks out of what these kids know as a pig pen. He's a pretty easy mark.
Oh yeah, no, sure. Yeah.
But yeah. Cool.
for a fucking 5-year-old.
Jeez. Yeah. Fucking hell. Right.
All right. Well, with that being the case,
So you want to try? to you try for the pendants.
Well,
There's so many of them.
well, this thing is if Spud's
Yeah,
around
most
at
of
the
them in that same place.
if Spud's around at the moment, getting far enough away from Spud might be difficult.
I did tell Spud to go back to the
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I think the thing is, if we could perhaps put something, or give something to the kids tonight, or if I see specifically something on them, I'll be able to track it. But
Again, I could go ahead now and... I mean, the pigpen's still around during the day, right?
I mean, the location's not changing anymore. I don't really. I mean, this is all new to me.
It's
at the same place, so theoretically it's all the same.
I imagine the kids don't stay there. Otherwise, if they're there, then we know that's where they stay.
Yeah.
There are other things I could get done today during the day. I've got a bit more study I'd like to accomplish.
Mason.
Mm-hmm.
About what Saji said
Which part?
about his plan.
Yeah.
Are we going through with that? Either way, it's fine.
I'm not opposed to somewhere where if people want to fight for sport, willingly, they can.
I meant more about you fighting.
Ah. I can't see realistically any other way to get what we needed done.
Right.
Without it being way more dangerous for the greater good of this town.
I think potentially as well, maybe if you're willing to try one more fight, if tonight's is exactly the same kind of thing as last night, then maybe you reconsider again. Maybe that was just a one-off, particularly nasty little frogman.
And we're a little bit more prepared now.
I want kids out of the pig pen. These kids as well, but in general, for good.
Right.
Until they have a choice.
As a greater goal, until they have a choice.
That's a good goal.
I don't want what happened to me to continue happening.
No.
So, our friend has provided an opportunity to do something that I didn't think was possible in this trip. So, seeing as he seems to be someone that has a
vested interest in making change.
or a similar kind of long-term goal to me,
Yeah.
it would make sense for me to put everything that I have towards accomplishing this goal if we can do it earlier rather than later.
Yeah.
So if it means me getting gutted for this to happen, and
Let's
for it
try
to
and
make,
avoid that.
I'm not super keen on having my insides out. But if we can get through this, if it takes that much, but it makes the change, so be it.
As long as we can be put back together, we'll be here to piece you back best we can. As long as you want the help.
Thank you. I will take the help. I think we're going to need it.
And I know that it might seem like we're cheating with us helping you, but sometimes you have to play by a different set of rules.
No,
It's not cheating
If the balance is
Balancing
unfair
the field.
anyway.
It is cheating,
Oh.
even if everyone's still doing it, but this isn't the same place that I fought in when I was young. This isn't the same place that you guys first saw me fight in.
And
Now you're
previously-
fighting to take it apart.
You're not fighting to to win these and get honor, you're fighting because it's how we get to the end.
Yes, this isn't.
Better you get to the end in one relative peace.
At least we know we have one person in there on our side.
This isn't the place that I fought in before. The rules have changed. I know.
More like a team sport now.
I know that I didn't win that fight yesterday. Plain and simple. Had me beat. There's nothing that I could do that could win that fight. But we came out of it with a win as a team for the greater good, and I have to learn to accept that.
I can see how it'd be rough to, especially since you've spent so long. That's how fighting works.
I've lost plenty of times, losing when you fight for
There it is, it came back.
when you fight for so long, you're bound to lose.
I mean, that's losing and there's losing in
It sounded like it did.
yeah. It's losing in whatever kind of abomination the pits become out.
Yeah.
When losing is death, that's not quite
It's
the
not
same.
necessarily death. I don't aim for death, but it's
Some of them are.
possibly. If I'm fighting more of my dad's fighters, I think I need to be wary, and you lot will need to be on hand for.
Certainly, if you go up against that champion, I think you can guarantee that's going to be a life or death fight.
So, I think
Whether it's you or Saji, I think either one of you in that position, that's going to be a...
What I think we need to do as well between now and then is we need to distance ourselves from Saji so we don't look like we're on the same side.
Yes.
Very true.
Otherwise, we'll end up like those twins,
Yes.
Sorry?
the ones that he talked about.
He didn't talk about
You
it.
didn't talk about it
That
yet.
was your
Oh,
memory.
you
That was a
remember.
memory.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, now Mason fills us in on that memory.
Yeah, like those
I
twins.
filled in on the story.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ah,
Cool.
Right.
right.
I think there was an
So
instance.
there's...
I don't know, but
We don't know his name, but... Or their name, the buff alligator man with the axe tail.
it doesn't matter too much.
We've got the white dragonborn, Aphira,
It's the final fight.
and Faustus Void.
He doesn't fight.
He's not a
He
fight.
doesn't fight, he's
He's
the
just-
last resort.
Trouble.
Right.
Or perhaps the...
I wonder what
If
the
I can
soldiers
see something on Void tonight, then I can find where Void...
It sounds like something maybe we might want to talk with Row about.
Yeah.
Have we seen rifles or pistols?
Or bombs.
Also, what does he mean by a good shot?
Well,
Well, I mean,
You've
Ro
seen
has a
a
gun.
Yeah, Ro's got a gun. So
It seems kind
you've
of
seen
silly to
that.
have ranged weapons, though.
Are they common?
In a
He's
You
not
don't
fighting
come
them,
no
but-
like you don't come across them enough. Like Ro's one is probably the only one that you've seen so far.
Okay. I
I've seen
wasn't,
crossbows.
Yeah, you've seen
and all that.
I
crossbows.
wasn't
and stuff.
sure if, for some reason, I felt like the Thompson guards carried rifles.
They might have.
It's just your head cannon, maybe. It
trying
seems
No
to-
guns exist in Mayreen, but I don't know if they exist in...
Yeah, well, guns exist. They're just a new, like a newer technology.
For some reason,
The prison guards have them, maybe?
Yeah, I think it was the prison guards that had them in Thompson.
Either
But
way,
yeah.
it's not something that we're like, if they're talking about cylinders, that'll probably be guns. Like, that's, if we'd seen it, like, enough, I might have made that connection, but no.
But yes, maybe we should talk to Ro, see if she
Middle
knows anything
cylinders.
about that.
Maybe.
I think Roy will be particularly handy on that final fight night, just to stay unseen and to keep an eye on him, because I think
Very much.
even if I win the fight, I don't come out of there alive.
yes.
I
Hey,
agree.
On a tent.
it's in the same place where we first met. It's kind of weirdly fated.
Yep.
We're protecting you from green cloaks that first night, and now it's...
We do it again.
If you just wanted to see something on me, you should have just asked.
Oh, fuck me.
You hear from behind you as you turn around. You see a man in a black cloak and a hat,
Hazel jumps out of his freaking skin.
with these long, like they.
That's a good stealth roll.
Yeah.
We were just
these
walking around the fucking
like
street.
long, about that long metallic cylinders just all along his belt.
Yeah.
It's not like one, like not just one on either side. It's like
Minis.
multiple.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Hazel just fine.
Faustus Void, nice to meet you.
I tip my imaginary hat. I don't have a hat anymore, but Hazel
Pleasure.
tips his hat.
Oh, shit, it's in-
He has a green cloak on, yeah?
No, he's wearing a black. He's wearing a black cloak. He's wearing a black cloak with a collar.
Yeah.
Some like Bloodborne shit.
He's like
Yeah. That.
Right.
yeah.
Like that. And like
His
where,
name is Faustus Void.
yeah, and where it meets in the middle, it's held by the Oathkeeper's
Oh, there
brooch.
is. Okay,
There is an
I thought there
Oathkeeper
might be a
brooch. Yes, there is.
Yeah, right.
There
What
is.
can we do for you, Faustus?
Well, I heard you talking about me. I thought I'd introduce myself.
Just happen to be in the area.
You and I both know that that's not the case.
Is it like a name thing for you?
No, it's
Summons you.
well, a close friend told me that his delinquent son was in town and that I was to keep an eye on him.
Huh, okay, right.
So here I am. I mean, you know how. I simply mean to keep an eye on him.
Oh! Getting up to speed.
Yes.
Oh, I thought we were talking about Zelda. We just stopped.
Yeah.
So it's safe to assume you'll be
Watching over you, yes.
Oh, lovely.
Nice. I kind of reach behind my back and I just summon Almanibus and I just kind of like put him on my shoulder.
You see he whistles and a hawk lands on his shoulder.
Does Mavis flinch?
A little bit.
This will become a death battle.
Goth versus Goth.
I just kind of for a second like my eyes roll back and I'm like communicating to Manibus. I'm like, Manibus, when you kind of like poofed, what
Black
could
feathers
you give me?
is what you see, and this is
That was a seagull.
no. You see black feathers, and
Yeah.
it was this hawk has black feathers.
Yeah. It's like Hazel just starts.
The Burrow had tumble.
Hazel just kind of starts grinding his teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Water
You
pistol.
learned anything interesting then?
Well, a little bit. I don't see much delinquent, but oh well.
He's reformed.
I'll tell dear old dad that, shall I?
I like your ornament clasp.
Thank you. It's 24 karat gold.
That's a lot of. Why would you put carrots in there? But regardless of that, or the value of it, I don't know what you use in Marion, but here we use gold and platinum and.
I'm not from Marion.
I was very unfamiliar with it at first, but I imagine it's like a carrot trade system thing. Complex.
I'm
but-
not from Marion.
Oh, you're from here.
Oh,
Right. Okay. He was just kind of like looking into the sky. You've been working with your employer for long?
yes.
Cool.
Mr. Void. Maybe that's a bad question.
That was.
Sorry, I was just thinking of a question, but out of character. I'm like, we're going to be in town for just a little bit.
Sure. It's like I said, I'm just to keep an eye. And
We do like our privacy, you see.
I'll be close by most of the time.
If we need to look you up, where can we find you?
I'll just do what you just did earlier. Call my name and I shall appear out of thin air.
Right. Neat trick.
I mean, while I'm on the ground and not on the rooftops for the time being, do you mind if I walk with you?
Not at all.
If you're gonna be
Fantastic.
roleplay this as well.
I just thought it's easy to keep an eye on you this way rather than from the rooftops, you know?
You're a very polite spy, you know that.
No. The ones that sneak around are just a bit too... It's just too much work. I'm just lazy. I see you, little dwarf girl.
This perception's not that good.
24 passive.
Jesus.
Ah! Fuck!
May I be blunt, Mr. Boyd, as we're talking, as we're walking as up.
Yeah. Yes, you
How
may.
well does your employer pay you?
Well enough. I don't think you can afford my fees, darling.
Just wondering.
Is it just that then? A well-paying job for you?
There's an element of a well-paying job. There's other things. It's a decent work environment.
That
Yeah,
seems
for me.
surprising. Not for you.
You get good enough at your job, and it becomes a decent work environment. They can't afford for it to not be a decent work environment.
How long have you been in the Burrow for?
Oh, I only arrived recently. Must say, it's an interesting place.
That's
Have
a
you got
word
used to
to
the smell
describe
yet?
it.
Not yet.
It wasn't always like this.
Yeah.
Kind of like this. Not quite this. Things have gotten a little tense recently.
Yes. Oof. Not a fan of it. If the great Valier would just roll over and move out, that'd be nice. Avoid a lot of bloodshed and all that. You're good friends. Put in a good word.
I wouldn't say good friends.
That word doesn't carry as much weight there.
I don't think it is.
We're more like a light carbonated water.
Huh. Fizzy.
I'm kind of looking at Mason to try and get his read from this.
So why does your dad hate you so much?
It's a very good question.
Maybe you could ask him that.
I have. Just said they don't get along.
No, we don't get along. Not very well.
He's not a man of many words, and by that I mean he has a abysmal vocabulary.
Yep.
I imagine he's probably jealous of Mason's success.
Let's just say the last time I interacted with my dad, I nearly beat him to death.
Ah, that's why his nose is that way. I always wondered. He didn't seem like much of a fighter to me.
No, he wasn't.
Your mother makes a really, really good chamomile tea. And, like you see, he's in, where he's standing is right outside of your freaking
I know.
reach.
He is
think he-
baiting, though,
I think
isn't
he
he?
forgets
Very much
how
so.
fast I am.
Yeah, no.
I really know how fast I am.
Quite curious, I don't suppose you'd want to, It's a weird belt you have.
Yes, a bit of a fashion statement, isn't it?
Can't say I've ever seen anything like it.
I don't think too many people have.
You'd imagine it'd be a bit clunky for moving around in the shadows.
Funnily enough, pretty light. And you
Little
see,
hip shake?
like, you see he, like, like they seem to be attached on some sort of like a little like thing that holds multiple pipes together. He pops one out of it and hands it to you. Surprisingly light.
You turn it over.
Yeah.
Just like, look at it. Is it like copper or silver?
It's it's silver.
Okay.
It's silver. You shake it. It's something in there, like dust, something like that. And it's not like a hollow from one end to the other. It's like one end of it's rounded off. It's almost like a large test tube, large metal test tube.
What do these do?
Except for look good, nothing much.
Oh, sure.
Highly doubt that.
Let's hope you don't have to find out.
We'll see about that.
I'd like to not find out. That would be quite nice.
That would be nice. I just got this new cloak, and I would not like for it to get dirty.
As much as
Blood is really hard to get out.
As much as I've enjoyed this conversation,
Magic can do wonders.
Like I said, I'm a bit lazy. I didn't bother trying to learn that stuff. It seems too complicated.
it is rather complicated. It takes quite a knack, in fact.
Yeah, and I have complete respect for those who pore over books for that long. I mean,
Don't look at me.
way too much work.
Well,
It'd be great if I could just do it. Some of these people can. But, you know.
I hate to ask, would you mind just fucking off? Getting out of our hair?
Well, as I am going to be following you most of the time, I just thought I'd give you a bit of company. Unless you've got something better to do.
It's nice and all, but just perhaps at a distance, make it look like you're, you know, at least competent, yes.
Do appreciate the
We wouldn't want
thoughtness of
Yes.
It's like I said, I'm just lazy.
we wouldn't want anyone to think that you're having a turn of heart.
Oh, they know I'm not having a turn of heart.
Right. Well,
sort of
Hessel Dustasters,
curiosity.
walk faster.
Should the right obscene amount come up, are you the kind of person that would consider?
Depends on what's on offer. Oh, that's a mouthful. I mean, if it's less work to work for you and I get paid around about the same.
What's your going rate?
Oh, about 80,000 gold pieces a year.
I can't do that. How much is that like a week?
That's like twice what our debt was.
Now, that raises an interesting question as to how my father can afford you, because he...
Oh, he can't.
Yeah.
He's just
As
interesting
an effect
company.
of it. Oh, so you don't work for his old
The
man. You
buffoon.
work
Oh,
for
please.
You do seem a little bit high class for that.
you work for the mysterious higher power behind it all.
Yes. The mysterious Oath Keepers.
Sounds like you're less impressed with it. Mysterious.
Oh, it's not very mysterious once you know the inner workings of it. It's just like any other organization, really. There's a big boss who's got some weird agenda, and there's someone underneath him who doesn't really know what the weird agenda is, but is just following around because they get paid.
That would be Mason's father.
Oh no, he's far lower in the hierarchy than that.
3-4 runs down.
10.
So you're getting closer. It's probably. He's just a convenient prop. You can tell him that, but he won't believe that I said it.
Of course not.
Because he's an idiot.
Yep. Now, I have a question for you. What is your allegiance, respect to him?
Again, it's like I said, it's not allegiance to him, per se. It's just that he's entertaining and amusing to be around.
Oh, we can be very entertaining.
So you're not specifically his bodyguard.
Oh, God.
You're just his link to the higher power.
Before us, then, what is it you... I mean, if you're not guiding him, and before we came around, what is... I started mimicking his accent.
What was it that you were doing before?
A little bit of this and a little bit of that.
Man of many talents, I see.
Yes.
How old does he look? Is he human or?
He's human. He's human.
Is he human? Divine sense.
What can you detect?
Bunch of stuff.
Humans. Yeah, just humans. It is...
I cast detect human.
Hollowed spells, celestial fiends, and undeads.
He is celestial.
Ooh, he's an ASMR maybe.
It's interesting.
Yes, what you detect is true.
What is that noise? Oh, it's
That's
the
just
chair.
the
Okay.
I've seen that ability before. You don't stick around long enough as I have, and yada yada yada. I've seen people do that before, and they have the same expression.
Interesting. Let's stick around a while. I mean, quite a while.
Relatively speaking. Enough to get bored with the daily goings-on of people.
Well, hopefully we can be of some use.
Oh, yes. I'm sure you can be. You seem like an eclectic bunch.
God,
So-
I want to suggestion this bitch so hard. But it wouldn't go well, I know it wouldn't.
So, plans for the day?
I think we were just deciding what we were going to do next, and then you showed up.
I am a... I do tend to make the days very interesting. Or also I've been told.
Outside of the cylinders on his belt, do we see any other weapons on this man?
Make a perception check.
Stop doing that! 11.
You do not see any other weapons on this man.
What does he look like again?
Human, like,
Long pointy beard.
yeah,
Right,
long
beard.
pointy beard, cap on his head, sides seem to be, like, shaped.
Sort of like a baseball cap?
No,
Just
like a,
Like an archer's cap.
it's like like a Heisenberg, like a Heisenberg cap.
Oh, like an actual like brimmed hat.
Like a brimmed hat.
Okay,
Yeah,
alright.
Pork pie hat.
whatever. Yeah, that thing. I'm not well versed in my hat. Oh my god, dude.
What did you do? Did you
He
hit yourself in the
just hit-
face
yeah.
with a wand?
Yes,
No,
he
I
did.
I'm capable.
Is it like
Because Hazel's walking ahead, he's trying to see if he can find, like, a dark alley.
Dark alleys.
He
It's
just
the
kind of turns
babbling
off
bar.
into a dark alley, like, that's the way that we're going.
Cool. You turn into the dark alley.
Yeah, follow behind here, so I know where you're going.
Yeah.
He follows you guys.
Is he fucking off like we asked him to?
No.
I'm just trying to get to, like, a secluded part throughout these alleys, so I'm kind of going to look, just trying to see if I can maybe find, like, a dead end.
Yeah. As you sort of walk into the alley, he sort of says, "You know I'm not alone, right?"
To me.
Yeah.
So it, like, catches up to
Oh no,
where-
like he
Yeah.
calls out. But all right, I'll follow along, and eventually you do find a dead end.
So Hazel's just gonna kind of start pacing a little bit, like waiting for the others to, everyone else to catch up. Right, so, how do you want to do this?
Do what?
Well, you're still following us.
That's the job. To keep an eye out.
You need eyes for that.
Hazel. There's others.
There's always others.
I don't think we want to be.
There can be others. I'm going to reach into my bag.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take out the crown. I'm going to put it on.
Ooh, nice. Ominous.
So, are we going to do this here or elsewhere?
Don't know what you mean.
Hazel.
It's like I said, I'm not here to fight or kill you or assassinate you or any of that stuff. I'm literally here to keep an eye out, and I'm literally too lazy to do it from the rooftops. If you'd rather me do it from the rooftops, sure.
I'm going to have to ask you to do that.
Fine. Have it your way. Pleasure meeting most of you. And he turns around and walks off.
As he goes to take that step away, I'm gonna close the distance. I'm gonna grab him by his cape thing around his neck.
Yep.
I'm just gonna say, "You're not the god you think you are."
Actually, I'm not a god at all. Merely a man. He waits for you to let go.
I'll let go.
And he walks off. Yeah, just like walks off.
Oh, he's also a liar. It's not merely a man.
I'm sorry. I know that they might be the biggest group in the woods right now, but I'm not going to be intimidated in my hometown.
I just think that
If it helps, he's not. Damn it!
I'm sorry.
Helps, he's not really part of the group. He's just merely with them for the coin. Mostly.
well, we can't afford to help buy a recipient.
You know. But
I'm not really on board of making nice with these people, especially if they're affiliated as we think they are with a certain group that tried to kill us before.
we make him nice, but we definitely know not a lot more than we did before. We know he doesn't work for your dad.
So
We
we're
know he's
gloves.
not protecting your dad. We know he's probably quite old. Has no magic.
He looked about tail end of 40s.
Yes, but I'm assuming, like, he's at least 100, based on his words. That, the fact he's part celestial.
What were you talking about before when he was talking about you seeing something?
He's part celestial.
Part or a celestial?
Don't know. I just know that he's has celestial blood. I think he's a servant of a god come down from
The
beyond
last
the gate.
celestial we encountered, which was that thing you described. That
I
was on
think this
top of the
is
tower.
more of a mortal sort of kind.
Mortal?
Just like the opposite of me.
How so?
Roll a religion check.
I don't have that.
That's an intelligence-based skill.
I know. That's going to be a
There's a roll above 5.
18.
Yeah, you know of creatures with, or people
Half-bloods.
with, half-bloods with celestial or fiendish blood. So, like Ophelia is a tiefling.
Yes.
This man is probably, or someone who would have celestial blood would be an Esma, and you probably read of them in your books. Because, like, while their physiology is kind of similar, there's a few things that are a bit different. Like, they, some, like, depending on the concentration of fiendish or celestial blood, the color of the blood is different. Where, like,
Of the skin or eyes or hair, sometimes there's stuff going on.
I get the feeling that he's not someone we want to cross, but he's also not going to put his life on the line to defend your father or anyone in the big pens.
Well, that's good, but I don't want to make anything easy for him. He killed my fucking bird.
So, oh.
Ah.
I'm sorry.
It's alright. I just kind of...
He does that a little.
Yes, like Manibus also somewhat looks like
Grumpy Alves.
yeah,
Doing
grumpy
the
owl
hunched
face.
shoulders
Yeah.
thing, like.
It's like the owl version of the cats doing the whole arched back thing.
Owls definitely do
Yes,
that.
his neck
Yeah,
feathers
his
just
neck
flop.
feathers.
I'm gonna kind of turn off to the side, take out the hat of vermin from the bag
Yeah.
of holding, kind of just shake it a little bit
Yep.
until a rat or something
Yep.
comes out.
Sure, rat.
And then try and grab it and give it to Manifest.
Just like
That boy was swamped.
And
Yeah.
then just shove it back into the
And
bag
then
of
it
holding.
ceases to exist halfway down the start.
Once he's finished eating it.
It's more the taste, it's the satisfaction.
Yeah.
Yes.
yeah. With being fed, you'd see like his talons unclench from your shoulders.
You finally realise that they've been digging in for the past.
I'm bleeding.
Seems interesting.
Well,
So what now?
suppose we.
Well, I was hoping for a relaxing day where we might be able to prepare for this evening's fight.
Guess we can just go back to the place we were staying
Yep.
and.
For an entire day.
What time of day is it?
It's
It's
still the
morning. It's still the
Yeah.
morning. You literally finished breakfast, ran out to look for the locket. You found Spud and then intimidated the guy.
Well, I think we want to make this as uninteresting for Void as much as possible.
God, I meant he does have claws.
I'm going to assume that he can hear everything we're saying as well. Which I'm
I
sure is the
can.
case.
And you see that he's just right up on the rooftop there, just
Let's just go sit in our in
At no
rooms.
point he's rolled less than an 18 himself.
Let's just go sit in our in rooms so that he gets really bored.
Yep.
And also that
Pretty
he
much.
has only been following us since this morning.
Well, he's seen everything,
Well, anything we've done today, I think you've probably seen.
including the meeting this morning.
Probably. You should probably try and warn a friend if you can. The meeting, he was probably watching the meeting. I think anything since last night.
I can give him a heads up.
Has been watching.
Is there anything else we can do to help you before tonight's bout?
I don't know. I don't want to talk at all with Dickhead listening.
Yes, I agree. Perhaps there's another way then.
There are ways to.
Yes, there's definitely that.
Yep.
But
I think there should be a time where we have a conversation like that.
I did get that ready today, so
Nice. Maybe when we go back to the inn.
yes,
Have a conversation in our rooms.
that sounds fine. I was really hoping he wasn't affiliated with the others. Would be nice to let off some steam.
Let's go back to the inn.
Yes.
Want to go bird watching on your way back, just in case.
If I do that, I think I will actually kill him.
No, I meant the wooden kind.
What?
No, I don't think so. Not now, not with, friends.
Stank on her ass.
I just meant just in case it was on the way back.
No, I'd rather not make the connection. God, is he really going to be quite the nuisance, isn't he?
Yep.
Right,
Guess
well,
we'll just leave milk out on the windowsill like you do for fairies. I say loudly.
chamomile tea if you've got it.
do you know much about poisons?
I have a friend that does.
yes, a frog, right?
We go back to the inn and go back to our rooms because it's so much fun being watched.
Draw all the curtains.
I will decrown as I
You
get back out.
It's a good idea.
Yep. Cool. And so
Oh, I
just
mean,
spending the rest of your day indoors.
Well, I had a whole study plan today, but seeing as we're being followed by
Can I on the way back?
The Eye of
see if
God.
I, every now and then glance around, see if I can spot him following.
He's on the rooftops. He's not making.
not actually hiding.
He's not actually hiding
He just
anymore.
like,
Yeah. No, he's just on the rooftops.
just like kicking his heels, like.
Well, you know, we could just go about.
killing him. Yeah, I mean,
No.
good.
Well, maybe later.
Yeah, today.
What can I say? I'm rather attached to my bird, and I don't like being followed.
Yeah, at certain points, like as you're starting to wander off, like you get the sense he's far enough away where he can't hear every word, but he's watching from a distance.
Keeping an eye, yes.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we just see if there's anything that we could get from Mason in preparation for tonight. Any
We could go shopping.
booster things?
I'm gonna go
Fine.
back to the inn room.
Cool. You go back to the inn room.
I will be entertaining for him to watch.
Start stripping.
Yeah.
So you guys can go do whatever you would like to do.
Oh, I'm sure that there's more than one. But
How about this one?
When then,
Guess
I mean,
interesting,
they're not
yeah.
they're not here to follow you. They're here to follow me. So I think maybe we should get back to the inn room, have a chat, and then
no, sorry, I just had an idea.
and then I'll then you guys can do whatever you want to do with your day, and I'll do some prep for tonight.
All right.
All right, awesome. Let's so I can get back to the room.
Yeah.
Cool.
Good plan.
You head on back to the room. Yeah, uneventful. You head on back to the room, and you're sitting indoors.
Shut
the door.
Shut the door. Shut the curtains.
Yeah, leave Mason in his one, and
No,
no,
Nope.
nope.
no,
we
I
don't
would like
do
to
that.
talk to Mason as well.
Can you do the thing?
I could do the thing. I take out my 5 foot.
I get that reference.
Yeah, my 5 foot bit of rope, and I'm gonna just
Yep. Yep.
and I cast rope
Trick.
It's been so long.
has been
Clamber up into the rope.
I'm curious, with it sitting at 5 feet, what happens if we just like take something and like where we know the portal is, like push it at the, because it's at like
sides
chest
of it?
height.
Push it at
Like
the
push
portal,
it at the portal.
but not through.
Yeah.
Ah,
It's
yeah.
sitting at like 5 feet.
Just
Could you
Like,
chop someone in?
take a flower and just go.
it just goes through as if it's not there.
Oh, interesting.
Go up and pull the rope up.
You go up, pull the rope up, and you are in your
Now, one
white
thing
void.
that I will say before I forget,
White
I
void.
can always look like you.
Yes.
That's true. That's a fair point.
Mason.
However,
too.
I would have to hide really, really well somewhere so that he didn't see me. In the meantime. But yes, it is a fantastic ruse to get him, or possibly off guard briefly. I think that I don't know. Just
I mean, Mason.
very important before we get on to anything else. I don't know that he was at the meeting, so I don't want to talk about it where he can hear.
Yeah.
Even referencing it or anything.
Yes.
Like out in the open there, you saying that was reckless. Not just you, but just in general, I think was reckless. He might not have.
Yeah.
So we should think or act as if he think that he might have, but not assume that he has. So don't talk about things that we don't want him to hear around him.
I can pretend to cast sending. Recently, obviously, by one of the windows, contacting our friend that we had a meeting with, which is the person that we met this morning.
Yep.
But no
Just
names.
warn him just in case.
Oh, I'll give a name. I mean, if he's gonna look up with the bloke that we scared, then that's fine.
Yep.
That's all right.
I think you should do that at the very least.
Yep.
And warn us of him as well.
So
Oh, right. Sorry, I mixed it up. I forgot about the dude that we
But-
threatened.
yeah.
Yes,
because that is someone that we did meet
We
this
did
morning.
meet. We
so-
did have a meeting.
I would still assume that he could hear us here. Whether he can or can't.
Not inside of the.
Oh, right.
I think you should
Look,
assume he's.
I don't.
anyway.
I think we should assume that he can hear us at all times, whether we're protected or not. So don't say anything that you wouldn't be comfortable telling him in general.
That's a good
But don't believe that he has heard everything. Just assume that he has.
Well, I'll just take out a piece of paper. You can't see us in here.
Oh,
Well.
no, most certainly he can't hear anything in
So
here
if
as
you
well.
have anything that you need to say,
No, I have nothing else to say.
Outside of here, yes, and that is perfect for us to use, but in here we are completely safe.
we just make one of those,
Unless he can-
little trapper keeper type.
Unless he saw us and he knows how to get in here,
Yes.
and he's
He
invisible.
climbs up the road.
I take out my dagger and I just start doing this over the hole.
But no,
Yeah, it'll take quite a bit.
this is serious.
Yes.
Oh, goodness. It's just another layer, isn't it?
It would be nice to know if, more information about the lucid left hand would be
That's-
fantastic, but at the same time,
What if
I
he
don't
is
know if he
that?
knows if we are or were being trailed by the lucid left hand.
What if he is that?
I don't think he is.
I don't know.
I think you would have.
Black. He was
He
all.
seemed.
The garb that he's wearing. I mean, they were wearing darker things. They didn't necessarily wear green cloaks. Maybe.
Look, I don't know what you guys want to do for the day. If you guys want to go find shit to juice me more, you're welcome to. I'm going to sit here and be boring as fuck for him. So, if you have other people that you wish to go see or other things that you wish to go do or stuff to go and investigate, I am going to stay here as his mark.
We should get Row up here to fill her in as well.
Yes. Well, you could send to her from here.
I can, yeah.
I think that you should do that without us letting him know that Ro is accompanying with us.
So I'll contact Row through the sending stone. I'll let her know.
She could be. If she's not been connected yet, she could be quite helpful.
Let her know that we're intentionally trying not to connect her to us.
Yeah, that we are being followed.
Did he mention Row?
No.
I'd like to have a walk up to my old house.
I can go with you if you like.
That'd be nice. Just need to see the place. Got doors on the mind.
Cool.
But we will be here and we'll be ready this evening.
Sounds good.
Cool. You guys step out and head to the apothecary, or where the apothecary once stood.
I stay here.
What's left of the Ageless Apothecary? Once I do get outside, I go through the process of casting Sending. I change one aspect of it, mispronouncing one of the words. Oh god, last time I did that and I was drunk, I ended up having weird things happen, but let's hope it goes fine this time. So I mispronounced something, and I cast Sending. We did get the guy's name this morning, right? I didn't write it down.
It's
Vodorf.
Vodorf. So I pretend to cast Sending to Vodorf, and I just say, hey, just be careful, hold on to the locket, you should be safe. We'll talk to you later. There's a fellow out on the rooftops, interesting chap, don't talk to him. Spell worked.
Sweet.
So I assume
Roll
you're
a-
actually trying to. You're sending to.
No, he's
No,
mispronouncing it,
no.
so he's not actually.
I was mispronouncing
Roll-
it. I didn't send to anyone. That was just hoping that the
Roll
world, hoping that the world heard me. That is going to be, I think, only like a 15 or a 16. Let's see.
See, I thought you were gonna try and talk to Saji, but pretend you were talking to.
Oh no, I would have done that in the rope trick if I wanted to. No, I think it's better that
We don't connect ourselves at all.
connect it all. Right. So July, yeah, that's a 15.
Cool.
In where we are at the moment, we need to keep everything a secret, but assume that he knows.
Cool. It's 18?
15.
15. Cool.
Yeah.
Sweet. The three of you eventually make it to the Ageless Apothecary, where the Ageless Apothecary once stood.
I know we've been back here since it's burnt down. has there been any change to the place since?
Not really. It's the same for the most part.
Yeah.
Like there's that patch where the house was, and there's still some of that rubble left over. So anything that wasn't of value, is still there. But like, charred wood and that sort of stuff. Other than that, nothing really.
Stock alcohol and charcoal.
Yeah, I did that last time I was here. I'm gonna try and see if I can find like a slightly bit more intact piece of the place.
Yeah. The most intact part of it is like the lower levels, like because they don't collapse. Like yes, the house collapsed, but there's like into the lower levels.
Yeah.
So if there was anything that's intact, you just dig through a bit of rubble and eventually.
I'm just after like a small piece of wood or even a nail or something like that from here.
Easy.
So I'll just take a small piece of wood and I'm just gonna make a few markings on it and just place it in my bag.
Collection.
Yes. Yeah.
Sweet. You do so.
If I ever need to come back here, this will help me do that.
Good plan.
Cool.
I just kind of stay there for a while and just.
Stay with us.
The memories come flooding in, and there's a sense of like ever since you got back to the Burrow, there's been that weird sense of I'm home, but this is different. But like even in this state, like standing in the presence of what was for the longest time your entire world, is oddly calming.
Yeah. After a while, I'm just gonna get up and just kind of say to you guys, I'm just gonna be a second. I just need to walk out the back a little bit.
I wouldn't have joined John where the
Oh, yeah.
I would have.
Yeah.
I would have gone off for my own walk.
Cool. I would walk over to where the bodies would be cremated out in the field, and I just want to, with one hand, just kind of like reach into my satchel and just kind of wrap a hand around the crown of the Withering One, and just kind of try and feel if I can feel the presence of
you
the
grab
remains that are there.
you grab onto the crown and it almost does the finger bones.
Oh yeah, right.
And like you feel them like curl up against your hand there, and it's weird. It's like you are standing there, but you can also feel as if you're under the earth. And you almost feel yourself connected to all of these fresh, like the fresher like remnants of death in the area.
So were they buried or were they cremated?
Yeah.
And sort
this
of as
is where we cremated.
Oh, we cremated.
and as you're sort of like connecting with this one area, there's a flash, like a quick image of you, Hessel, standing in front of a few different people. The names you've written down, the ones that have wronged you, and behind you, you look behind, and there is a army of the dead. The people on those lists standing in front of you, cowering, and it feels good.
Right. I think I'm good. I just kind of like try and release from the crown. Yeah.
Like there's that little hesitation, but then it lets go.
Yeah. I think I'm good.
Alright.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll be right.
I'm just gonna hit his shoulder.
We should get back to the tavern, make sure that Mason hasn't been assassinated.
Yes, probably.
I'd like to see him try. I'd like to see him try. Not dead yet.
Another guy did try once and did pretty good.
Not dead yet.
Yeah. It was poison the other time as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Fucking bastard.
It's a shame that we'll never get that.
Just as like we're about to leave.
Yeah.
One moment. And I go into my little satchels, and I'm gonna give Hessel the rock that I picked up. And I think it was in Gallon.
Mm-hmm.
The one with the little skull on it.
Sure.
Oh, from the market.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just be like, Just a token.
Neat. Where'd you find that?
Gallon markets?
Oh,
I forgot about it for a while, but
thank you.
thought it, it matches.
Does. Thank you very much. That's
It's like when you say that you like dragons and then everyone buys you dragon things.
that happens to me for a solid year in real life.
Cool.
I just kind of place it in a top pocket. And I take out.
So it was like a little it was just like a little carved stone, I think.
Yeah. I just take out like my little address book thing and I just kind of like write a little note in there.
Cool. Sweet. You do so.
And start to make our way back to the.
Cool. As
Tavern.
you're slowly strolling back, Callian, what are you up to?
I'm just sort of taking a long, slow stroll, just sort of around this district of the Burrow, because I didn't really sort of head out and explore a whole bunch of it when we were here last, and I'm just sort of out, sort of half to just sort of think over the stuff we're sort of stuck in now, while sort of just getting to see a bit of this.
Like the outskirts of the borough, or just this entire
outskirts, sort of like if there was like a ring road around this section, like not like outside of town, but just sort of doing a slow
near the
lap
farm,
before
sort of.
heading-
Yeah. Then like near Hessel's house and that sort of stuff, or just outside the tavern.
Yeah, no, not just outside the tavern, like just like a lap of this, the south side of the borough. Really.
Ah, okay, I see what you mean. Yep. You walk around. Is there anything in particular you're looking for?
Not particularly. Like I'd be keeping my eyes out just in case, because I know that probably there is somewhere in this area that's maybe the kids are being held, but I'm not out looking for that. I'm just sort of, I'll be in and out of being lost in thought.
Yep.
Seeing the stuff that's around here.
Yeah.
So still looking around, but not specifically trying to.
It's like when you go to like a new city and you like
Yeah,
you
just
like
wander
your
about.
first night in, chuck your shit in the hotel, and then you just go for a wander around like the
bit
couple
like
of
that.
blocks that are
Yeah,
kind of around where you stay,
Yeah,
just sort of
makes
get an
sense.
idea of what's around.
Yeah, a bit like that.
Yeah, that's cool. Roll a perception check.
I also just realized the reason why we're seeing so many bodies around town now is because they ain't got nobody to deal with them anymore.
Yeah.
Also that. Yeah,
Yeah,
their funeral services. But we're not plans.
We all want to
People still buried the dead when they didn't have people with them.
Yeah.
we're the Undertakers.
Someone else will take it.
Yeah, you're very lost in thought.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
You're very lost in thought.
Yep.
You get nothing new. Just, interesting clouds.
You should start rolling off of your rolls.
Why do you do that?
Just making sure it's not all the sounds.
Cool. Sweet. Yeah, you just wander about. Those clouds are pretty. But yeah.
That one looks like my dad.
Yes.
Father? Papa?
Daddy.
Yeah. And yeah, and eventually you make your way back, wander back to the tavern. The troll sort of gives you hey, but yeah, that's about it really. And then you guys and the two of you get back shortly after. Callian does as well.
Climb underneath the bed, and I'm gonna like make sure all the blinds are closed, everything. Underneath robes, underneath as many things as possible, I'm gonna take out I'm gonna put on my dark vision goggles so I can kind of see in there, and I'm gonna take out the wish scroll, and I'm gonna continue studying it.
Cool. How long are you studying it for?
I have 10 hours
Yep.
done on it at the moment. I am going to study as long as I can.
Cool.
And
so
I will probably get pulled out for food at some point.
Yeah. We'll be like, what the fuck is
You
happening?
got as much time as you want because it's still effectively. I'd say after all this stuff, I'd say you've.
Midday.
Yeah, it's probably midday. And
By the time you get back.
I'm
Yeah.
also going to try and use Arc and Recovery, and I'm also going to draw power from the wand.
it feels good.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah. Yeah, and you do so. You spend because the next, in order for you guys to leave to get to the fight, you're probably leaving around about 8ish.
Yeah.
I'll ask
You've got about
Mason.
8 hours that you can spend on this.
And dinner.
Yeah, you've got about 8 hours that you can spend on this.
I would say 7. That way, like start for lunch when you get back. You got.
So 7 hours.
To ask
Bathroom
Mason
breaks.
Yeah, if you're skipping lunch and bathroom breaks, sure.
And dinner. And
So I've had 18 hours of study.
If you skip bathroom breaks and dinner, otherwise you've had 17.
I will go for 17. I'll
That
try
makes
and be
more
zero
sense.
cubit.
Yeah.
Yes.
17
And you're like
half.
as you're spending the entire day doing this, like it's starting to like what you're writing down from and like sort of discovering from this scroll. It's starting to like you feel like you're getting somewhere.
Okay,
It's
you just hear Hazel go, huh? It's his legs
Yeah,
just
it's
like
like-
sticking
it's like-
out.
You a Minecraft villager?
yeah, no, it's and it's like throughout the course of the day you're getting it feels like you're like by the time you finish and like you realize that you've been under these things like it's
Gold
like
marks
yeah,
around my
yeah,
face,
it's like
yeah.
but you like you feel the fatigue just like from 8 hours of study like or 7 hours of study, but you're like I am so fucking close. It's just like that little bit more time and I'll figure out what this is.
How many hours do you need?
I have no idea. I imagine because I'm getting close up to a round number, it's maybe
Probably
20.
Yeah.
You're just like, there's that.
But it's 19 because it's not there as well.
I imagine like one of them coming in calling for dinner. I'm like, yeah, just, are you
And
sure?
I was like, kick Hazel's foot, like, come on, man.
You're sure though? You're sure it's time for us to eat now, right?
Yes.
Afraid so.
Yeah.
At some point, I would like to ask Mason if he would like to do some more calligraphy. Because, you know what? It's pretty boring, too.
That was what I was going to be doing while you were gone. I would have been practicing by myself, and then you came
Then
back
I'll
and
come back
practice
and
some
we'll
more.
Practice some more.
So you'll
We'll
get.
do homework
Once
together.
I sort of
Yeah.
get like medium, like okay, like not being like absolutely fucking stupid with it, I might like try and draw the rune that motherfucker gave me on
yep.
the coin, but off of memory to start off
Yeah.
with, because like I don't want to pull it out. whilst
It's
I'm
very
watching.
much like the like symbol for Oblivion, like Elder Scrolls Oblivion.
I haven't seen it. I have seen it. I don't remember it. But that's fine. We can look at it later.
But yeah, it's kind of that, but like a longer version and has a few more like dots around it.
Like, we'll get some string and tie the paintbrush to the tip of your scabbard and see if you can do the same thing with a sword.
That's the symbol for conjuration in the Elder Scrolls universe.
Yep, that. It looks somewhat like that. It's the closest approximation.
Learning to summon a sword. So he's teaching you.
Bound sword.
Bound sword.
You and what? How many hours is that? That's like.
You said
I'd
that-
say
you said
it's
that I can
around
only
midday.
train- I can only train 8 hours a day. So
I'll say you've got
regardless-
8 hours a day.
Yeah.
You're 8 hours closer to your goal.
And this
and
way
you're
you're
getting
not
better.
exhausted for tonight.
I have no idea how many hours and I
Yeah.
am because it's not in my head. It's on my book.
Yeah, you've got 8 hours today, so you can add that to one of the. But yeah, like you get through this, and it's like you get it. You're definitely getting better. Like you compare your first attempt to where you are now, and there's definitely like you're getting there, and it's also starting to seep in as to why Issa's getting you to do this exercise because it's a like that. The grace and finesse of using a sword over your fists is like it's definitely there in the movements. But yeah, you're getting closer and closer.
What does the drawing the symbol or the rune from the coin? How does that feel in relation to the other runes that I'm drawing? Does it seem like it's from a same style or like sense? Because I know that he has the runes for a specific purpose.
Yeah, it's not the rune like so. Drawing these other runes that Issa's shown you, those are like similar, like arcane runes, like the ones Hessel uses in his magic. But this rune feels different. It doesn't feel like, and it's specific runes that Issa's given you. It's not like A to Z. It's like these specific ones that mimic a sword.
Hence why I'm kind of wondering what it's like trying to draw that.
Yeah.
If it has some sort of flow, but is different.
It does have a bit of flow, but it's different in the sense that there's like there's about 4 dots on it, so it's like imagine the symbol of pi, except one of the sides is longer. There's a dot in the middle, a dot at the top, and then 3 on the side. And those 3 dots are a lot more like you try to use just a tip of your pen for them, and it's not. It doesn't look right because it's too small. It doesn't fill out the space correctly. You try to do like a flourish of the brush, and that also doesn't feel right. But when you effectively just blot the brush like you were doing previously with the bristles, that starts to look right. So it's like those are a bit more. They need a bit more force, which is not something that you're doing as part of the runes that you're drawing.
We don't comprehend languages on Isa's runes.
I believe so. These
They
guys
just looked at it and gone, these are parts of...
Yeah,
magic.
like they aren't spells or like any actual words. They're just runes that.
It's a cool shape, bro.
Yeah,
It's parts of what if it was written out in like a full sentence would have been possibly a spell. However,
the runes in your books don't make any sense. Like the last parts of each of those don't make any
They're
sense.
literally they're symbols from Pokemon, like the what
unknowns.
represents-
Yeah, they're unknowns.
Yeah.
They're that. But yeah, this one looks. This one feels like different to draw.
yeah.
But yeah, there is an element of like you get the sense doing it enough time. You get the sense that like doing those dots and stuff. How there is a bit of a parallel between carefully crafting this and then beating it into shape.
Yeah.
You get like just from training long enough, you get the sense that this guy's craft is probably blacksmithing.
Yeah.
Because like you contemplate on it while you're doing it. It's not just mindless stuff, right? So as you're contemplating, it's like that makes sense. It's like use this to actually make the rune, and then just 4 precise strikes to the metal.
All right.
It makes the most sense compared to some of the other crafts, and you know that he's mentioned crafts and that sort of stuff. So
Cool.
yeah,
All right.
You could probably tie that into sort of like wood carving and stuff, which you probably have a little bit of.
Yeah.
yeah, cool.
After getting pulled away from dinner, just before going down stairs, I'm gonna like make sure that everything is super well wrapped up and like very secure.
Cool.
I'll try and see if I can stop Ophelia before she heads downstairs. I just had a question. Why now? I'm gonna take out the skull.
I'm not sure. I guess, we're back to where we started, sort of. And I know that there's a lot of memories that's tied to this place for you. And I know you don't have a lot of things anymore because of the house. And so you said that you used to collect things. So I thought maybe you could start with that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, it's a lot less macabre than the other little bits and pieces. So,
But we have to stay on theme, don't we?
of course, yes.
Cool.
Thank you.
Yeah. And with all that, you end up eventually at the pig pen, at the hissing frog again.
It sounded like you said pissing, man. Like,
It is
Told
the
you
pissing-
rebranding.
that is on the
every
other
time.
side of town.
Yeah. No. You get to the hissing frog.
That's what the bathroom is.
Hate to see that mascot.
Yeah, and you make your way in, and again, it's a similar setup from last night. You see this sort of similar faces. Broody walks up. Hey, you came back.
Can't stay away.
You know it.
Uh-huh.
It's the smell of the place.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Definitely a smell in here.
Like, it's just like tobacco smell. And just like, right, got another one of your pops dudes lined up for you.
Tailblade.
Yes, Tailblade.
Does he have a name? Or is it just Tailblade?
Trojan.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you think you could do a little bit of a favor? Could you give us like a little bit of prep time? Like let us know, maybe a little bit more than 5 minutes beforehand.
How soon do you want to know?
How about we say 15 minutes?
Sure.
Sound good?
Yep.
All right.
All right, I'll leave you to prep.
Me too, to defeat him. Tiny pimple.
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cut his ankles off.
Jesus,
Trojan, listen.
Yeah.
I was thinking Trojan War and then I was thinking Achilles.
Trojan whore.
I said war, dude.
Yeah.
Italian.
We went different way. Different Trojan.
Oh. Jeez, okay. Too tired for this conversation.
Anyway.
Yeah, not war. But
Anyway. Yeah.
We're having a great time. It's 11 o'clock. Oh, boy.
In the morning.
Yeah.
see you.
So,
do we see the guy from this morning?
yeah, you do. He's still there.
Yeah.
I'll just give him a jaunty little wave.
He's like, huh.
Yeah. I'll try and kind of go up next to him, just like, hey, so
Hey.
could use an extra pair of eyes tonight.
Sure.
Do we see Faustus?
Yeah, you do.
I give him a jaunty little wave.
With
He tips his hat.
See, when you said the guy, I thought you meant Faustus, and so I was like...
He's by your dad.
I just don't want you to lose out after last night. Chance to make it back, you know.
Have you seen the other guy?
Yeah, I have.
He's fucked.
He's got. He's
He's like
got,
3 times the size and has a great axe on his tail.
He's got
Mason.
no chance at all.
Mason over here took down a minotaur, a giant one, by himself once.
I can't remember if that's a lie or not.
I can't either.
He's been
That's
gored.
something that I feel like I've done
He's been
before.
gored.
That is
As
the
does
best- that
Gallop.
is the
I mean, not
best
by himself.
kind of. That's the best kind
Deception.
of lie. He did. No, he ran off into town and galloped by himself and was like 1v1ing the mutant bull.
Didn't he kill it by himself? Or what? Did you have Rogar's help?
I mean, they
Just
were
deception check with
fireballs, but
advantage.
Yeah.
Mostly the truth.
Oh shit! That was an 8 and then a 12.
It's so close to the truth that like I don't remember whether like
Yeah,
that
that's
specifically is what happened.
Yeah.
20.
Nice.
I might put money on both sides.
Oh, that's fair. But you're gonna lose out on half of it, so...
Yeah, but
Just make sure if you're making any calls that those calls are smart
Sure.
ones.
I'm just gonna roll a pattern check.
fine. He's just like he goes off to find a bookie.
Yeah.
I honestly couldn't remember if that had happened in real life or not, but
I'll as he's sort of talking about like the he has a great axe. I'll just be like out of my backpack. I'll just be like, hey, here's my great axe.
and the guy's like, okay, alright, you know what?
I do have a great
Yeah.
axe. I'm not going to use it, but
Stealthily or
No. Just want to find the bookie he's going to.
Yeah. You find the bookie he's going to. You find the bookie's
put it all on green.
Which one? They're both green.
Yes, they are. You go. So he walks up to one of the serving girls, and she takes his bet, and then he goes off to find another one to place another bet.
Fair enough.
Do I see Callian going off as well?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and settle up next to Callian. Might see those coins going. Excuse me, sorry. Like talking quite loud.
To
The bookie.
ah,
Yeah.
she turns around and she's like, yes.
I'd like to put 10 of these. Sorry, I don't know how much they're worth. I take out 10 platinum. 10
Right.
platinum? Because that's worth 10 gold, so
Yes, that's about 100 gold.
That's 100 gold? Yeah, so I take out 10 pieces of that. I was like, that's 10 gold's worth, right? I'll put that, I'm trying to like be like open with that. Put that on the half orc for me.
Sure. You got it. And she hands you
She puts it on a guy named Dave, the half-orc in the first round.
she like just off
Mason
the
thatch.
tray. Yeah. And like hands you a
Does your thing say that you placed a bet worth 10 gold or worth 10
the
platinum?
10 platinum.
10 platinum, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
So what is
seem
it?
like I'm
It's like
you seem like I'm hessel as he was.
It's like
just very not
from
knowledgeable.
like looking at it, it's like because and it's like because Mason's well known in the ring and also this like yesterday's fight and also because other guys are well known in the ring is big brute thing. It's pretty much whoever wins, you double your money.
Yeah.
Like that's it's not insane odds. Like you don't get
I was hoping
but
to.
it's going to be a close fight.
Yeah,
We're all on green.
Yeah, I was hoping to like by being loud enough and by actually like physically showing
Yeah.
it and be like, yeah, that's all I've got type thing.
Yeah.
That other
Confidence.
people might see it as well and be like, okay, maybe. Yeah.
And then jump in
That's
and
the
start
plan.
calling people out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
I will,
On the other side because they want a piece of it.
I will also
Roll
place it.
persuasion.
Okay, I shall.
With fun.
Yeah, we need some allies up in here, baby.
Big 9.
Ooh.
Big 9.
Big
That's a mighty 9. That one.
Cool.
Strong with it.
Yep.
Strong with it.
It is
Cool.
my strong suit.
Sweet. All right.
I will also place 100 gold on Mason.
You do so. Being Laden.
Nope.
Okay, cool. You
Just
just
a
place it.
regular bet.
Cool. You get your little take it back.
Boy.
Cool.
How
I'm
confident
gonna
are you?
make Mason look hot as fuck.
Babe, you don't have to try.
Just like
Brush his hair slightly to the side.
Yeah.
There we
That'll-
go, glistening.
Grease.
I'm gonna,
A little bit of sparkle, a little bit of
While
highlighter.
while you're doing that, I'm gonna say, can you place a bet on me for me?
Yeah.
And I'm going to go
Party
into
wants
my
to just check out the whole 1,000 I've got in the bag of
going to
holding.
pull out another. I'm going to pull out a smaller pouch of money and hand it to you to place the bet.
Cool.
Yourself. Okay.
Cool.
I would
How much?
800 gold.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Fucking cinder, bud.
Cha-ching. Cool. Yeah, you place that bet. No problem.
But I'm going to say,
Mason, yeah.
as I'm leaning forward, I'll kind of like whisper, but like a stage whisper, and I'll say
Or not.
from a benefactor. Very, very very excited about tonight's fight.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good fight. And she writes you a little ticket for the same.
Receipt. I'll
Yeah, 2-to-1 odds.
shove that into.
That's how betting works, like 2-to-1.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah.
1 to 2.
Yeah, 1 to 2 odds.
Congratulations, you won. Here's half your money back.
And then kind of go back over to where Mason is. Shall we get a little bit of seclusion if we can?
I mean, I'm in my.
Yeah, you're in your
I'm
little.
in my changing room or prep room
Yeah.
cubicle thing. How
Can
big is
you
it?
see the ring from the changing room?
Not from inside, right?
Not
Okay,
from no.
Cool. Just determining.
Yeah.
All right. So,
Mage armor.
Cool.
and
A major.
are you going to?
And I will slap a rune on Mason as well.
Cool. You slap a room.
Just quickening the mage armor.
Sweet. Cool.
So yeah, I'm using a rune.
I need to figure out real quick how I can have the coin in my possession while also still fighting.
We could just like
I'm
make a
not
little
shelving
pocket
it. Okay.
inside of. I probably have like a little like tiny sewing kit
Yeah.
or something, like a little mending thing. I'll make just like out of like a little piece of fabric, a little tiny
pocket in the inside of Mason's blue shorts.
It's on his skin. You make a skin pocket.
No!
Anyway.
Does it have to be touching his skin? Okay. So,
I am going to cast on Mason at level 4. I will. Hang on. How long does this last? It lasts up to a minute. Okay, right. So I'll say, right before you're about to go out, I'm gonna slap something on you. You're gonna be able to spit out some really ferocious shit, like out your mouth, like big time bad news. What do you want to do? I can chuck you a little bit of acid, could chuck you a little bit of ice, a little bit of fire, lightning, or poisonous gas. Pretty much comes out in a spray in front of you, so you don't want to be, within 15 feet-ish, as far as the spell flies to the crowd.
The spell flies, yeah. Oh, the pit, the actual ring itself is... So
it is down
unless
a
you
bit.
go
Okay, cool.
that way, you're not going to get...
That could be arranged.
Nice. Oh, fire!
That could be arranged.
Yeah. What do we think? What's your brand tonight?
My brand tonight, my brand overall is being on fire.
All right. Well, do you want a little bit of flame?
Sure, we'll go with that.
Great. So when we get the warning, when he lets us know, I will start. I'll cast Detect Magic before, just so I can try and see if I can get a sight of the guy to see if he has any spells on him beforehand. And then right before Mason goes out, I want to go back in and just tap him and cast that, which I'll lose concentration.
Probably do it once I get when end call, because I won't make a change.
Yeah. True. Cool. Yeah. So that'll be my plan. Once I get the 15-minute warning, I'll start ritual casting Detect Magic, and then I'll go try and scope him out.
Rudy comes back and he says, 15-minute warning, like you asked.
Thank you.
Another thing, do you guys want a little juice? And he opens a coat, you can see some syringes under his...
Right, that stuff.
It'll set your fists on fire. It won't hurt from what I've heard. At least I don't think so.
I've had enough experience with being on fire to know that it hurts, so I'll pass this time.
Sure. Whatever floats your boat, just win. And
Yep.
The dex save for your Dragon's Breath will be 17.
Holy, that's pretty good.
Nice.
I did not hit dex save there either.
Dex save? Yeah, dex save.
Dick save.
I have death save.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hashtag dick save.
I think these are my 3 spells that I can do.
I think this might be better for overall than what I did last time. And you two. And I will cast Enhance Ability on them
Nice.
for dexterity.
My fingers
Nice.
are moving
Cool.
so fast. They're so
Get you
fast.
some nimble casting.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're all getting a little
That's
bit...
a whole different kind of pit fight.
We're getting a little hysterical. It's fine.
It is 11:30.
Digging a hole.
Right.
Digging a hole
I
down
think
to
the only one that I
hell.
could do otherwise would be this one, and that's very, very much magic.
So, yeah, once I finish that,
Well, I guess, yeah.
I'm gonna see if I can get any sense of magic from the other fighter.
Yeah, as you you can see at the edge of the ring, this big, well, he's not big. He's 5'8" is what I said last time. Yeah, he's about 5'8".
What a midget.
Yeah. Yeah, you look at him, and the only thing magical about him seems to be the axe on his tail.
Okay, all right.
Oh, so he's not actually like a super big boy.
Nah, this guy was much shorter.
Cool. I'll keep that in mind.
But he incredibly jacked.
I will go back and I'll let Mason know. Like, okay, right. So magical weapon, it seems, on the tail.
Cool. That changes nothing for me, which is good.
Okay.
All right. Well, as soon as you're about to head out, I'll get you going.
Yep.
And in this corner, returning after a long hiatus, after kicking the crap out of Beermus yesterday, it's Mason Thatcher!
Level 4 Dragon's Breath.
I will do the same thing with the thaumaturgy to
I
make
will
it louder.
haul
and
ass
it's
out
just
this
like-
time because
yeah,
I have
you-
to.
Yeah, you whole ass jump right into the ring and you're ready. And in this corner, the ferocious, the vile Trojan. And then it's just, and there's like the
He's a
Chant
horse.
goes.
He's a horse.
yeah.
Word and horse.
He jumps down and there's this like boom. This is a dense boy.
That's boy.
Oh Lord, he's thick.
He's thick. Yeah. Like yeah. He does not skip leg day.
Yeah.
And yeah, he gets
Thick thighs save
Listen,
lives.
Jan, this is gonna be
Basically.
over for you.
basically. And like slowly the chants start to die down a little bit, and then you hear the ding, and shortly after the ding, you hear a and Trojan's brains are on the ground as he drops.
Oh.
And as he does, I'm gonna enter this.